także, że nasze wydarzenie będzie prowadzone w języku angielskim, dlatego zapewniamy zestawy słuchawkowe, które pozwalają cieszyć się z tłumaczeniem symultanicznym. Prosimy o pobranie według potrzeb takich zestawów przy stoisku hostes przy samej sali konferencyjnej. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join us from the foyer and please kindly proceed to the conference room. We'll be awaiting you there as our event is just about to begin. Please kindly be informed that this event will be held mainly in English. However, some of our international guests will be speaking their native languages. Therefore, we are providing the simultaneous interpretation, and the audio sets can be obtained at the hostess's stand and next to the entrance to the main conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, now officially, good morning. My name is Anna Butrym and I'm honored to welcome you to the Railway Direction Days 2023. This is the first day of the 2 days conference. This conference is organized by Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, so the CPK, a Polish state-owned company responsible for planning and delivery of one of the largest transport infrastructure mega projects in Europe. Main purpose of this very Congress is to highlight the benefits of transforming the transport infrastructure in the Three Seas region into a modern, sustainable, resilient, and fully integrated system. High-speed railways have a pivotal role in this process by providing better connectivity, boosting economic development, and increasing security and resilience. And now I would like to invite us all to take a look at the main screen and watch a short video that will introduce us both to the before-mentioned ideas and the agenda for those 2 days. I would like to warmly welcome all our guests, especially Chief of the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland, Ms. Grażyna Ignaczak-Bandych, Secretary of State in Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, Government Plenipotentiary for the CPK, Mr. Marcin Horała, Under Secretary of State in the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Government Plenipotentiary for the Three Seas Initiative, Mr. Paweł Jabłoński. The Minister of Transport and Communication of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Mariusz Skłodis, who is just attending a bilateral meeting and will join us shortly. The Deputy Minister of Transport of the Czech Republic, Mr. Václav Bernard. The State Secretary, Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure of Romania, Mr. Adrian Fogiș. The Ambassador of the United States to Poland, His Excellency Mark Brzeziński. The Ambassador of the Slovak Republic to the Republic of Poland, Her Excellency Andrea Elshekova. The Ambassador of Austria to the Republic of Poland, His Excellency Andreas Stadler. I would also like to welcome Prezes Centralnego Portu Komunikacyjnego, Pan Mikołaj Wild. The CEO of RB Rail AS, Mr. Agnis Drixna, and the Director of the Department for International Cooperation and the UN Sprawa Żelenic, Mr. Radek Czech. I would also like to welcome all our honorable guests and all of those who are watching us online in the live streaming. Thank you very much for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to invite to the stage Minister Grażyna Ignaczak-Bandych, representing His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. Your Excellency.
Szanowni Państwo Ministrowie, Szanowni Państwo Ambasadorowie, Szanowni Państwo Prezesi, Panie i Panowie. Cieszę się z Państwa obecności w Warszawie na pierwszym Międzynarodowym Kongresie Railway Direction Days 2023 poświęconym budowaniu zrównoważonego, zintegrowanego systemu transportu kolejowego w regionie Trójmorza, tworzonego przez 12 państw szeroko rozumianej środkowej Europy. To bardzo ważne, aby kraje Trójmorza, pragnące umocnić pozycję naszego regionu w Unii Europejskiej poprzez rozbudowę oraz modernizację kluczowej infrastruktury, współpracowały ze sobą w
Nie
nakreśleniu
ma w ogóle dźwięku.
strategicznych koncepcji. Szczególną
We are very sorry, but the English booth does not have the sound in the earphones. We cannot hear anything, therefore we cannot interpret.
kolej jest ekologicznym, niskoemisyjnym środkiem transportu. Ma to ogromne znaczenie, zwłaszcza w kontekście globalnych wyzwań związanych z procesami ocieplania się klimatu. Także w obliczu wojny toczącej się za wschodnią granicą naszego kraju, w której agresywny rosyjski imperializm stosuje szantaż surowcowy i energetyczny wobec państw wspierających Ukrainę, budowanie zintegrowanego
Building integrated and resilient transport system
o wymiarze
is
strategicznym.
the task of a strategic nature.
Efektywnie
A modern, efficient, and environmentally friendly railway system can help us shape the reality,
więcej
giving people more security and comfort.
ambicje i możliwości,
Poland has ambitions and possibilities to participate in this venture. We do that through Centralny Port Komunikacyjny Company, who is the organizer of today's Congress.
system transportu
CPK is creating a new transport system in Poland, integrating air, road, and rail transport.
Warszawy
West of Warsaw,
port
the airport will be built,
powiększy
which will definitely increase the developmental potential of our country. Combined with rail and road investment projects, CPK will become a transportation hub which will play a very important role in the European and regional scale.
w sąsiedztwie
Together with the rail hub
linii kolejowych
and the high-speed railways, CPK, the Central Transportation Hub, will open new opportunities for this part of Europe.
z różnych
The travel time from different parts of Poland will be shortened. It will be also very important to establish connections with the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, and also with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia through Rail Baltica. We should thank here for those who are responsible for coordination of this big transportation project. Modern transport means more efficient and more comfortable travel all over Poland, but also increased safety and security. I do believe that
z Rosji
after winning the war against the Russian aggressor, it will also be possible to embark on the process of reconstruction and development of Ukraine, and high-speed railway, being part of the Three Seas concept, will constitute one of important parts of this process. It is in our joint interest to expand the cooperation related to transport infrastructure. We should all grasp the opportunities resulting from modern and sustainable low-emission technologies. I'm convinced that this conference in Warsaw will contribute to this greatly. Once again, I would like to greet you. I would like to wish you fruitful debates. With respect, the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite to the stage Undersecretary of State in the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Government Plenipotentiary for the Three Seas Initiative, Mr. Paweł Jabłoński. Your Excellency.
Ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests to this very important conference, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you today here, and I am very happy to see representatives of many countries, of many sectors, of many fields that are pivotal to development of railways, of transport connections, most of all of high-speed railways. It's very important that we meet today in this framework of Three Seas Initiative, but to a larger degree in the framework of our cooperation in Europe, within the European Union, and with also our partners that are still today not members, but I'm absolutely convinced soon they will become. Three Seas Initiative, this region, Central Europe, is unified by many, many things, starting with our common history, common challenges that we have been facing over the years, also by the ambitions and the needs for development of today. We have very long been deprived of the possibility to develop our modern transportation systems. For many, many years under the communist rule, we were not able to develop as quickly as we would like to do it. And after we fought successfully for democracy, for independence, after this struggle, we embarked on a path to develop our countries in a way that we want to shape them. And this obviously includes also infrastructure, most of all now as we are speaking about the railway connections. We want to develop it and we want to show the way. We want to also be the leaders of development of these connections for the future. This is precisely why Poland has embarked on this very ambitious plan to build a central transport hub, solidarity transport hub, but this is not just about the airport that is in the center of it, but even more so about the rail connections to it. You will be discussing about this at the very long length today with many experts in various fields, how to do it so that it is effective, how to do it so that it helps develop our economy, helps bring together our countries. We're speaking about economic development, but we cannot neglect one of the issues that has become even more visible in the recent months, that is security. We see it even more than it was visible before, how important it is to be resilient, to be self-reliant, to be able to effectively transport people and goods on, for the needs to ensure that we are safe. Russian aggression on Ukraine has shown how impactful this may be. We have observed the crisis, the impact that it had, obviously, most of all in the territory of Ukraine, but also on a global scale. That it affected chains of supplies, most of all of grain, of other goods, that it affected many of the elements that has also been felt all across the world. And it's very important that we build here in Central Europe the tools, that we build the connections that will prevent such things from happening in the future. Today we are discussing among the members of Three Seas Initiative, but we are also already talking to our partners from outside of the EU, mostly of Ukraine. Ukraine is already decided, it's already embarked on a path to build a new railway network after it successfully wins the war with Russia, after it defeats Russia, which we are absolutely certain of. They want to be better connected to Europe. They want to be better connected mostly by introducing standard gauge railway, and this is one of the most important topics of our conversation with them as well when it comes to infrastructural cooperation. Today, the topic of this conference, the high-speed railway, is crucially important if we want to develop these connections between us, based on universal standards that are being prepared, that are ready to use for all the countries. This is our view, that we should be working together to implement these standards in a unified way, so that all our countries are connected, so that we can be competitive, so that we can be the leaders of European growth, of European development. And I'm absolutely convinced that together, our countries, our governments, our business sectors, all the stakeholders in this process will be working towards these very ambitious goals. This obviously is also fueled by the drive to more sustainable, more environmental-friendly transportation, more environmental-friendly economy that was touched upon by Mr. President in his letter. Very important topics related to having more sustainable economy, decreasing the emissions. We will be continuing our efforts in this field. We will be supporting development of this, and we are strongly counting on the support of all the countries, including our external partners, such as the United States, that has been a very important partner for the Three Seas Initiative since the very beginning, that we will be seeing more and more investment in infrastructure, that we'll be seeing more and more support also from the European funds, including these connections in the TNT network in the European Union. Is very important that we have this tool of financing. And I wish you today and tomorrow a very substantive, very concrete discussions, and most of all, I wish you the drive to reach solutions and to implement them. I'm absolutely convinced that if we embark on this journey today, that soon within the next decade, we will see some actual deliverable results, and that maybe not for the next year's edition, but perhaps still in this decade, that we will be able to travel between our cities using high-speed railways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to invite to the stage now the U.S. Ambassador to Poland, His Excellency Mr. Mark Brzeziński.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Minister Horowitz. Thank you, Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, for inviting me here today. It is so great to see how filled this room is with kindred spirits heading in the same direction. Ministers, Polish and EU officials, business leaders, all in this audience, all interested in building a more resilient and connected Europe with Poland as a focal point. I can just tell you a personal aside that I remember my late father, Zbigniew Brzezinski, born in Poland, and he would travel around Poland after the collapse of communism with Jan Nowak-Jeziorynski and with others, and he would come back to the United States and he would say, boy, I just can see the potential of high-speed rail to fully realize the potential of the Polish people. That's what Railway Direction Days, to me, is all about, and I want to share that with you as a memory of someone who cared a lot about Poland. At the U.S. Embassy in Poland, we are honored to be part of this conversation. This includes supporting Deputy Commander of the 21st Theater Sustainment Command, Colonel Todd Allison's participation. Colonel Todd Allison will be taking part in a panel discussion this afternoon on the importance of railway projects to strengthen security. That couldn't be a more relevant topic. Trains are a lifeline, considering everything that has transpired in the past year. Since Russia renewed its horrific, brutal, and unjustified attack on the people of Ukraine, trains have become a key vehicle in the fight for freedom. Trains have served as a humanitarian crisis network throughout Europe, and the heart is in Poland. I've been ambassador to Poland for now 1 year, and if there's a single Polish language sentence that jumps out in my mind from the last year in Poland, it's the banner over the Przemyśl railway station. And that banner reads, Tutaj jesteście bezpiecznie. Here you are safe. That is the message that greets incoming Ukrainians to Przemyśl, Poland, on behalf of the Polish people. Tutaj jesteście bezpiecznie. I wish there was a banner, Tutaj jesteście bezpiecznie, over the entire world. We all want to be safe. What a generous and wonderful message that the people of Poland have extended through their railways. And on the return trip, trains carry strategic assets to help Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine in their fight. Trains have also been on special missions, allowing government officials to hold important in-person meetings, whether it's Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, taking them to Kiev for meetings with President Zelensky and many others, going both ways. Fast, efficient, high-speed infrastructure is vital for national security and vital for defense. And the things you are doing today are working. But this conference is about looking to the future. It's about strategic planning. It's about looking 2, 4, 10 years ahead and positioning yourself to be flexible to move quickly when the time is right. Because in the long term, planning for transportation infrastructure development in the region is going to be a critical component to help Ukraine recover and help Ukraine join the West. Investing in modern rail networks that are connected to smart cities will help us become more efficient and will help us become more climate friendly. This type of work is not easy. It requires significant investment. It requires planning and foresight. Careful thought and intention are needed to act strategically. President Biden gets it. President Joe Biden earned the nickname Amtrak Joe for his years to dedication to the United States train system, Amtrak. He would travel every morning and every evening from Delaware, 2 states away from Washington, D.C., to Washington to the Senate and return. He knows the rail system. He has taken thousands of train journeys, and seeing him on the platform in Wilmington, Delaware on a Monday morning was almost like a rite of passage for people going to New York or coming from New York. President Biden knows the value of modern infrastructure to move people, to move goods, to move services. He knows that the U.S. has a lot of work to do in this area. We lag behind parts of the world on passenger trains, something that the Biden administration is working on to address as part of our decarbonization efforts. And I can tell you, President Biden knows Poland and is keenly interested in what's happening here, and infrastructure development and modernization is part and parcel of the security conversation that we have with Poland. But the United States is a leader in freight and cargo shipping with over 225,000 kilometers of privately owned tracks crisscrossing the country. We have vast experience in private sector rail operations, and that is something we, the Americans, want to share with the 3 Seas region. We want to share that experience. Jacobs, a U.S. engineering firm, is already lending their expertise. They've partnered with Poland on the development of the Solidarity Transport Hub. Some of Jacobs' representatives are here with us today. I can't wait to see what our talented teams come up with together. The project is set to revolutionize air, rail, road transport. It will be an engine for economic growth. And there are a number of other U.S. companies who are also interested in being your partners for these upcoming projects in Poland and throughout the region. We in the Biden administration greatly admire the 3 Seas initiative encouraging this kind of collaboration. Bringing the private sector to the table alongside governments is a smart way to make big infrastructure projects happen. And I will say this, when the history books are written about the Ukraine crisis and the war in Ukraine, the role of the private sector, the role of Amazon, Uber, Hilton Hotels, T-Mobile in helping the Ukrainian refugees, the role of the private sector in this humanitarian effort will be remembered as precedent-setting. The private sector is taking on increasingly a public role as good corporate citizens, and that kind of impactful purpose is what the young generation wants to see in the companies they work for. Working together today will help us get on the right track for the future. The United States has been a strong supporter of the 3 Seas initiative from the start. It addresses many of our shared priorities. Launching more tangible projects that create a more connected region can help demonstrate the value of this initiative. It can generate economic growth, shared prosperity across the 3 Seas initiative member states. It can bolster resilience and self-reliance across the region. And remember this key point from your friend, the Americans. There's a special friendship between America and Poland. And America wants to see Poland not only free, of course we want to see Poland free and secure, but we also want Poland to thrive and to prosper. That's what Railway Direction Days is all about. Current events have shown that reliable and strategic rail infrastructure is so incredibly important for the safety and security of the region. An investment in this infrastructure is an investment in long-term security. It is just as important as our collaboration on national security, on energy security, and defense. Thank you for your leadership, Poland, in the 3 Cs initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now I would like to invite us all to listen to the presentation on the benefits of developing and integrating high-speed rail in Central and Eastern Europe. And this presentation is a part of an analytical report prepared by the STEER Group. For this opening part of the Congress, I would like to invite to the stage Polish Government Plenipotentiary for CPK, Minister Marcin Horała.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, all distinguished guests. As an introduction to all of our panels, of our discussions, I would like to present you findings of the report on benefits of high-speed rail development in the 3 Seas region. Let me start by just a few words about the 3 Seas region. As you can see, it's one of the fastest developing regions in the world and the fastest developing one in Europe. If you look at the last 20 years, the GDP growth of this region was twice as high as the old EU countries or the EU 15 countries. But we feel that the current growth model of the region is slowly reaching its limits. We were latecomers, we were catching up with countries that were not under communist rule. We were competing by cheap labor, for example, and we do not want to have cheap labor as our competitive advantage. We want our people to have good jobs, good wages, and good career opportunities. So how are we going to compete in the future? Of course, by investing in innovative businesses, but also by providing world-class connectivity. As International Monetary Fund estimates, the 3 Seas region has a 1.15 trillion euro gap in infrastructure investment compared to Western Europe countries. Our transport sector, our roads and railways on average are respectively 60% and 40% behind Western Europe countries at the moment. So it's a very urgent call to develop modern, efficient and functional transport infrastructure. Currently in our region we identified almost 100 different infrastructure projects, and more than half of them are related to transport. And one of the key projects is building 3 Seas region high-speed rail system. As you can see it on the map, we have ongoing 4 large-scale investment programs: Rail Baltica and Baltic State in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, Czech high-speed rail network, the North-South V4 group, high-speed rail corridor connecting Budapest with Warsaw through Slovakia and Czech Republic, and in the middle, as an interconnector, flagship project of the Polish government, CPK investment program. As for the CPK investment program, we are planning to start operations in 2028, so in 5 years, first passengers will be able to enjoy the most comfortable, safe and reliable way of traveling. And if we look at the region as a whole, the combined length of such projects of high-speed rail network in the 3 Seas will reach around 4,500 kilometers, making it one of the biggest high-speed rail systems in the world. Our approach is to build new generation future-proof infrastructure based on experiences and lessons from those who already operate, already have built their HSR systems. So we are looking to gain the latecomers advantage. We are looking to introduce state-of-the-art, latest know-how technology while avoiding mistakes and learning from mistakes of those who carried out such projects before us. The main goals that we strive for is to build an integrated network instead of patchwork of national, not interoperational networks. We aim to have a sufficient quality of assessment of needs, including cost-benefit analysis. And of course, we want to tailor the infrastructure for actual demand, future demand, not current one, because the demand is going to grow very rapidly. But of course, we need to assess that correctly and to outweigh the costs versus the benefits of the infrastructure. 3 rules on which we are basing. It's integration, like I said, those networks need to not only be integrated, it needs to be a one network, that people from Budapest, Tallinn, Warsaw, many other cities in our region can travel without having to switch trains, without having to accommodate to different systems. We need to have it as swift and as easy as traveling within the country. Of course, we need to provide sustainable growth, meaning that improving regional connectivity through the increase in rail traffic while reducing transport, external costs like emissions, air pollution, accidents, etc. And of course, resilience. It's especially important nowadays, providing military mobility on the eastern flank of the NATO, but of course also resilience in terms of natural disasters, internal disorders, security risks, etc., etc. And of course, the concept of high-speed rail fits perfectly into key European Union strategies. For example, if you look at the EU Green Deal's climate and sustainability goals and objectives, both strategies put rail transport at the heart of the efforts to make the Union's mobility system greener or even green. And the Green Deal wants railways to help the EU achieve its hugely ambitious goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transport sector by 90% to 2050. And without moving a lot of traffic, a significant part of traffic to rail, that's unachievable. That will just not happen without improving rail infrastructure and convincing people and businesses to use rail more and more. And if you look at the goals of the whole European Union, so doubling high-speed rail traffic, that's also unachievable. That won't happen if the Tri-Seas region, if the Central Eastern Europe won't be a part of it, if we don't introduce high-speed rail system in our region and invite our citizens to travel by high-speed rail. It is the lowest hanging fruit in Europe. If you're talking in terms of increasing the current traffic, then introducing a completely new high-speed rail system, of course, will increase the rail traffic by high-speed rail in the whole Europe by significant percent. And of course, our significance of the Tri-Seas high-speed rail project is also reflected in Union Trans-European network. If you look at the upcoming revision of the TNT guidelines and maps, almost all projects of the HSR and the Tri-Seas region will be included in the TNT core network and European transport corridors. But let's look at the actual findings of the study. As we can see, we are all in line with the policies, with the goals, but let's look at the facts and how developing HSR in the region will serve its citizens. As we assessed, HSR, when duly planned, has great potential to deliver economic, social, and environmental benefits. Those benefits are multiplied if the system is interconnected, if we offer complementary network for people to travel abroad, to travel to other countries. Major findings of our report is that travel time benefits for passengers and freight are significant, that external benefits in relation to climate change, air quality, noise, congested, and habitat damage are also significant. And of course, there are also additional economical benefits, for example, providing better access to goods, to job markets, to job opportunities, to business opportunities. All those factors of economical growth that are potentially here in the region, they just need to be connected to work as a team and to have and to give all of us more and more benefits. Of course, providing competitive journey time is crucial to attract people and goods to high-speed rail or to rail at all. Our study found that average journey time saved per passenger ranges between 40 and 50 minutes after the entire network is developed. That means that high-speed rail in the Three Seas region can help travelers save approximately 100,000 hours of travel time in 2040. Just think of all the interesting things we can all be doing while not wasting time to just get to some point. If the travel time is more and more, it's just faster. Passenger demands forecasts are a key component to plan efficiently and to have a proper cost-effect analysis for the investment. The total demand for high-speed rail in the region can reach 100 million passengers in the year 2050. That means, in that point, statistically, every citizen of our region will experience traveling by high-speed rail at least once a year. And of course, let's look at the benefits versus the costs. As you can see on this page, those investments that we assess, the total capital cost, of course, is a very rough assessment at this moment, as 60 billion euros in current euro value. Those investments will quickly generate benefits which are estimated for nearly 120 billion euros. So we have a great return rate on this investment for our societies. That means that investment in high-speed rail generates twice as much economic value as its costs. And if we look at the whole industry estimate of 430 billion euros to complete the core TNT network in the whole Europe, those 60 billions seems to be a reasonable price, especially reasonable price for such a great benefit. And of course, there's a very important role of rail connections for military mobility along the north-south border. In current geopolitical situation, we cannot forget about importance of railways and of infrastructure, but railways especially for military mobility. This strategic role has been very amply highlighted by His Excellency Ambassador Brzezinski in his speech. We need dense and interoperational railway network stretching from Tallinn to Budapest and possibly further to greatly enhance military mobility capacities along the NATO eastern flank, or as some analysts even recently say, NATO Eastern Front, to facilitate large-scale troop and military equipment movements. But security is not only about moving troops. Such railway network can also in the future create redundant transport network, so it will be resilient, it will be really hard to disrupt, which means that also additional economical benefits, because of course if you look for a region for your investment, you look for a region that is safe and secure, that you can invest your money in. So the high-speed rail in the Three Seas region is a huge task, but it's not a theoretical plan. It's not just talk. We are doing the work. Concrete preparations and common actions are already underway. CPK has been cooperating on a working level with Prawa Żeleznic and Rail Baltica for quite some time. Today, those three companies will sign an MOU formalizing these works and creating a platform for cooperation between the three most advanced high-speed rail initiatives in the region. But also, high-speed rail can play a crucial role in rebuilding war-torn Ukrainian infrastructure, boosting Ukraine's economy, and also connecting Ukraine to the Western system. So today, also CPK will sign an MOU with Ukrainian Railways for cooperation regarding preparing high-speed rail investment after the war, and CPK will be the one to assist and provide know-how for the Ukrainian Railway in such an endeavor. Dear friends, I believe that the Three Seas region, Central Eastern Europe, is an emerging power, is a region that will provide in the future peace, stability, prosperity, and freedom to its citizens. But for that to happen, we need to hugely improve our connectivity. If you look at those maps like that, this is not an imperial project. Nobody is forced here to do anything, but everyone is invited to join and enjoy mutual benefits, to provide travel, business opportunities, job opportunities for our citizens, to allow them to meet, know each other, educate, etc., etc. It's a mutual benefits win-win project. There's been a lot of talk about Far East tigers. I believe we need to invent some kind of symbolic animal for the Three Seas or the Eastern Europe. And as a poll, let me propose white eagle for the time being. We can discuss on that and agree on that later. But let me just say that the white eagles of Three Seas regions are rising. This is the future, but this future is starting right now. The construction works on Polish high-speed rail system and New Hub International Airport as a part of the CPK investment program. This construction work starts this year. We are going to break ground this year. Everyone, please feel invited for the ceremony. So this is already happening. Let me extend my great appreciation and great thanks to Polish President Mr. Andrzej Duda for his unwavering support for this flagship government project. We enjoy support from all our friends, from the United States, from the region, and we are inviting you all to join, and I thank you very much, dear friends, for being here and being together with us in building a great future for our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, time has come for the first panel of today, the development of the high-speed rail network as a boost to economic development of the Three Seas Initiative countries. And the benefits will be analyzed in the context of EU policies supporting the development of high-speed rail. I would like now to invite to the stage the moderator of this discussion, Ms. Karen Letton, the Associate Director at the STEER Group, who will also invite and present her panelists.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of STEER, I would like to thank, first of all, CPK for this opportunity to contribute to these railway strategic days on the transformative role of high-speed rail in the Three Seas region. Now, what we have heard this morning is that the Three Seas countries aim for a radical improvement on connectivity in the region through the development of modern, reliable, efficient and interoperable high-speed rail in the next 10 years. Now, what's unique about high-speed rail in the Three Seas region is that these are projects of 7 individual countries. 7 individual countries who have a very strong cooperation and are closely aligning their investment strategies. This is unique, and this shows the ambition and the determination not only of these countries to reach the objectives of their individual projects, but also to generate true network benefits. And that's an important aspect of high-speed rail in the Three Seas region. Now, what we have also heard is that so the report that was presented by Minister Horala this morning was based on data provided by stakeholders. STEER, on the basis of the data provided by the stakeholders, STEER validated the approach taken by the 7 individual countries and demonstrated that high-speed rail in the Three Seas region not only brings travel time benefits and boosts economic growth, but also results in a positive cost-benefit analysis. The report presented by Minister Horala will now be used as a starting point for debate in the opening panel on the importance of high-speed rail in the Three Seas region. The opening panel is composed of on the one hand, representatives of the 3 most advanced high-speed rail projects in the region, and on the other hand, representatives of the EU institutions implementing transport policy. Together, they will bring you their opinion and their views on the development of high-speed rail in the Three Seas region today, but also in the future. Our opening panel is composed of, and I will invite speakers to the floor, Mikuláš Wald, the CEO of Centrální Port Komunikační. So we also have Agnes Drikšna, the CEO of Rail Baltica. We have Radek Čech, the director of the Department for International Cooperation and the EU of Sprawa Železnic. We have Katrin Trauman, European coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Transport TEN-T Transport Corridor. And then finally we have Arthur Rudnicki, director of Jaspers Bureau in Warsaw. Mikuláš, I will start with you. So the CPK project is really in the heart of the Three Seas region, situated alongside the north-south and also west-east rail corridor. Can you explain a bit, how do you see the role of the CPK project in developing connectivity in the Three Seas region?
Thank you. At the beginning, I would like to first express my joy that we have the possibility to speak together. And it's really great to observe that the cooperation is real. The cooperation is real, and it gives us a great prospects for the future. I would like to thank all the teams, especially my team, especially the team of CPK, which worked very hard to make it happen. And of course, thank you for the cooperation of the teams of our partners. And now, as you said, we are in the middle. And we are in the heart of Three Seas region. And that creates for us not only the opportunity, but also the responsibility. And what are the areas of responsibility executed by the CPK? So I think there are 3. First, we perceived ourselves as an agent of change. Secondly, we perceived ourselves as a connector, and last but absolutely not least, as an integrator. And so let me describe all 3 roles one after another. The first, agent of change. Why is it so? As you may observe on the map, the half of the high-speed railway lines, which will be established in the Central Eastern Europe, will be established in Poland. So this means that the biggest impact to the railway sector should be provided thanks to the work provided on this half of the high-speed railway lines. And it's not only to provide the railway lines, it's about thinking about the timetables, about the high-speed railway standards. It's thinking about the rolling stock. And these are the challenges. So, and the impact of these challenges is biggest to us. So that's the first role. The second role is the connector. Well, it's pretty easy to describe when you want to go to Tallinn, from Tallinn to Prague to Budapest. You need to go through Poland. A few browsers, but I don't think it's the most efficient nor possible way. So our goal is to provide suitable connections between our neighbor states. So we not only help to provide the connection between Poland and the neighbor states, but our goal is also to provide the connections between the neighbor states. And the third role is an integrator. And it's, we perceive it much more as a responsibility. It is because, let me give you part of an examples. For example, the timetables. If we want to have coordinated timetables, we need, as Poland, as CPK, coordinate both with our northern partners and with the southern too. So the role to coordinate is on our side. So this, if we want to have a joint approach towards high-speed railway standards, the responsibility to find the interface to the extent far more bigger than this demanded by TSA standards is on our side. So 3 roles and 3 responsibilities: agent of change, connector, and the integrator. That's our role. Thank you.
Thank you. After this panel, together with Agnes and Radek, you will be signing a memorandum of understanding on the cooperation between CPK, Rail Baltica, and Sprawa Żeleznic in the 3 Seas region. Now, your companies have been working together for a long time at the working level already, and now you're taking this cooperation to the next level by going for a more formalized structure. Can you expand a bit about how do you see the future of that cooperation, and where do you think the greatest value add will be of this formalized cooperation?
Well, I think the first advantage of this cooperation is that it is, because it's not obvious. It's not always the case. It's not always the railway systems, even in Europe, are not always coordinated. And let me put it this so in that delicate way. Let me put it in the delicate way. Thinking in the terms of joint timetables, having same offer to the passenger is a huge opportunity for us. So and that's the first advantage. The second advantage is that's the uniqueness of our alliance. That this alliance first is based not on the domination one or other partner, which could be also the case in other fields of cooperation, even in Europe. I would put it that way. So we really cooperate as equal partners together, because we have same goal, which is the comprehensive offer for the passengers and the best possible connection for the 3 Seas region for the Central Eastern Europe. And the Second uniqueness of our cooperation and of our alliance is that it's open. We don't form any club which is closed with the applicants, with needs to wait in the waiting room. We are open. We are eager to have as many partners as possible. Even today, we will sign the memorandum of understanding with the representatives of Ukrainian Railway. Why? Because we deeply believe that creation of new railway lines, creation of the new connections provides better future for the economies and for the societies of the neighbor countries. And I deeply believe that the time will come when we will sign and we will start the cooperation with Free Belarus in a certain time. We need to wait, but we will have also perfect, comprehensive offer and comprehensive railway connection with the free nation of Belarus. That's the second uniqueness of this what's happened today and this what will happen in the coming years. Thank you.
If I were to ask you, what would you like to achieve through this cooperation in 10 years from now? What would you give as priorities?
Well, first of all, I think we need to get our job done. So first of all, we need to create the lines. We need to do it in a coordinated way. But first things first, we need to getting our job done. But of course, it wouldn't be efficient if we would only focus on the cooperation in the terms of infrastructure. So we set a point on the border when we should meet, because it would be not so efficient to have the lines which are not linked with each other. But of course, it's not enough. Our main goal should be the comprehensive offer. In the 1 decade, we should have the direct connection from Rail Baltica through CPK Wrocław, thanks to cooperation with Sprawa Żeleznic to Prague through Wrocław. I hope it will happen, and we work on that. We work on that. To via Katowice to Ostrawa, but once again, the infrastructure is not enough. The comprehensive offer for the passengers is that matters, and that should be possible in this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have questions for Agnes. Agnes, we talked about the fact that, in my introduction, I talked about the fact that high-speed rail in the Three Seas region is really a cooperation between 7 individual countries, but also, as Minister Horala demonstrated, it's also multiple projects. Now, if we zoom into Rail Baltica, as a standalone project, it's already a multi-country project. So what lessons learned can you draw from the specificity of your project that you could bring to the development of high-speed rail for the entire Three Seas region?
Well, good morning. First of all, really, good morning, everybody. And it is a pleasure that we finally meet in person, even on this stage, and also in this post-COVID times, and also in this geopolitical situation. I think it's a huge added value that you not only can speak, but you can also kind of meet face to face. And it's also the same also for the Rail Baltica project and for railways. Yeah? It's not about the infrastructure itself. It's about the connections with the people, with the businesses, and with the regions. And without a doubt, Rail Baltica is one of the biggest and most challenging projects right now in Europe, as you correctly addressed, because it's a project within a project itself. It's about connecting 3 countries with a European gauge, what is not there yet. Yeah, so it means it's a green field with all those possibilities and opportunities. And if you look kind of in a tradition of 3Cs, then I can give maybe 3 comments on that one. So first one goes, it's about planning. When you are building a railway, you're not building the railway, but you need to plan also the economical corridor. You need to plan the connections. You need to plan future operations. You need to plan how you will develop the stations, how you will interlink them with the ports, how you interlink with them with the businesses, with the cargo centers. And when you do that, it is not enough to plan for one country. From the day one, you need to plan a cross-border approach. And it means not look for the competitors, but find the partners. Don't look only from one country's perspective, but look from the network perspective. And when we speak about those timetables and everything else, it means that you need to provide the possibility to be them in place from the day one. And also, don't be shy to change the plans at the beginning. You know, maybe you had your idea, I want to go like that, but during the planning phase, you still can adapt, and you must adapt. And what is important for the planning phase, at one moment, planning phase needs to end. And then you go into the development, because otherwise you can plan forever. Looking for the partners, plan in advance, plan cross-border approach, and plan for the future of business, people, mobility. That's one. Secondly, if you look at the cross-border projects, if you look at the European projects, if you look at 3Cs, very important, it's interoperability and understanding of each other at the technical level. And what does it mean? You need to standardize. Standardize approach from the technical point of view, standardize health and safety, standardize planning, standardize technical standards, components, everything else. And with this standardization, you will also put very precisely the common values, the common tasks, how you make decisions, who is making those decisions. Because if you look at the cross-border, it's a multicultural project instantly. So it means that you need to also align legislations, align how you actually can deliver this project. It's not enough to say we want to have a joint timetables, as we just mentioned before. You actually need to act on that one in each country in order for the time when it's needed, it's there. So standardization and alignment between those legislations, principles, technical values. That's two. And last but not least, it's all about people. So what you need to do in order to create any project, such as scale of Rail Baltic or kind of three Baltic Seas, yeah? 3Cs, so it means that you need to invest in the people. You need to get experts in a field. For example, for Baltics, it's very challenging because we are building a railway and we don't have a local expertise in a high-speed European railways. So it means this expertise needs to come from the Europe, but at the same time, we also need to have local knowledge and experts of the local markets, local systems, everything else. So you need to create this synergy and understanding. So the project is not delivered by the companies, it is delivered by the people. And for example, in RB Rail, we have more than 10 nationalities are working. And if you look all kind of the Baltic countries, most likely it's more than 20, close to the 30. So it's also about the communication between those people. So to merge the values that we are building, not a project for one country or for a specific company, but we are building the project for the Baltics, for the region, and for the Europe. So at the end of the day, these values are important, and this is what gonna deliver the projects, people. Thank you.
Now, once completed, the success of Rail Baltica will mainly be driven by the service to passengers, the quality of the transport services. Now, what we know is that, and then in 3 different countries. Now, what we know is that Rail Baltica will become a test bed for a number of initiatives and measures that have been debated for a long time at EU level, but will be implemented in the Rail Baltica project for the first time. And like the projects you mentioned, like the integrated timetable, the coordinated capacity allocation, do you think that the expertise that you will gain through Rail Baltica in 3 smaller EU member states could in future be applied to the wider Central and Eastern European region?
No, the short answer is yes. But just to elaborate on this one, of course, Rail Baltica is being developed in interesting times. As all who are dealing with the railways understand that railway is not the most dynamic field. It takes time for a change because it's not only about the railways and safety of the railways, but it's also about the cultures, what the railway enterprises are having. So in this case, with the Rail Baltica, we are bringing completely new culture to the Baltic countries. Yeah, what last time was before the Second War. So it's also building the culture within the Baltics and sharing this culture with the rest of European railway network and Europeans as well. So it means for Rail Baltica, looking from that, from many aspects, we could be the project, which is the last one to use one or another technology, like GSMR, for example, yeah? Or we could be the first ones. And here comes the challenge for the project itself. Of course, we want to be the first ones. We don't want to change something after 10, 15 years. But at the same time, we definitely will need assistance and help for our partners in Europe. In order for us, how they call it, guinea pigs, yeah? We can be, of course, those. But at the end of the day, the aim is to actually have a running trains. Yeah, so we here need to be very careful on that one. And of course, when we speak about the timetabling and about the benefits, how the integrated railway network can bring to the passengers and to the mobility, we are all for that. We are looking for those integrated timetables, and not only between the European gauge, yeah, kind of in our three countries, but we also need to match them with the rest of the transport. Now, for example, in Riga Central Station or in Vilnius or in Tallinn, it means that they need to be interlinked also with the 1520 network, yeah, which is a crossroads there. So the complexity is quite interesting. So it means that all those lessons learned and all those principles what we will use in Rail Baltica, of course, could be transferred in a due time, not tomorrow, but to the rest of the kind of countries and networks. And also, we need to understand that Rail Baltica, in a many sense, it's a greenfield. For us, it's much easier to apply something from the first time and do it right. Then actually, you're in a brownfield and you need to kind of reconstruct. So this also could be a challenge. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Radek, the Czech Republic can be seen as a role model in passenger rail transport, irrespective of whether we speak about accessibility, frequency of services, or rail ridership. What I understand is that rail transport is so popular amongst Czechs that Praha Železnic is often faced with capacity constraints, a lack of capacity on many high-frequency conventional rail services. Now, if we take this into account, how do you think that the new high-speed rail lines in the Czech Republic will help to reshape the passenger transport landscape in the Czech Republic?
The first, good morning, all of you, and also thank you for this question. But if it's possible, the first I would like say some words from Správa železnic, especially to this event and also concerning memorandum. But also the first, I would like say you a lot of greetings from my CEO, Jiří Svoboda. It's not possible for him to be here, he's very busy now in this time with some domestic problems. But we have discussed in details, and also he has had a meeting online last week with Nikolai Wild, and it's also very good for us that we have this type of cooperation on all of levels with CPK and also with the other companies. I am also very happy that we have now a very good team for high speed. Our director of this program, Martin Švejk, is also here, and also he has some presentation tomorrow, and he introduces you our approach and our system. But establishment this unit, it's maybe very important goal for us on this field. And maybe also important for us is that we have very good level of cooperation with not only neighborhood railways, but very good is for us 5 years cooperation with SNCF, concerning technical standards development, and especially thank you SNCF for our support. Without it will be not possible to be as forward as we are now in this program. Also, I am happy that we have real cooperation with neighborhood railways, especially with CPK. We prepare common study to Wroclaw connection, also to Katowice connection. We have also very good cooperation with Deutsche Bahnnetz. We have also a common project, a long tunnel to Germany. It's also a very good lecture for us. And also we have very good cooperation on common project with Slovak Railways and also with Austrian Railways. It's important also for your question that our project is very international. We are very open, and we are in middle of Europe, and also we are between Poland, Austrians, and also South. And without this European support and also these activities, it's not possible to success of our project. I see also very important that our common cooperation, also common memorandum, can be good pressure to European Commission and European institutions. It is not only about common support, also EU financing, but also it's good support for technical standardization. We can do common pressure to, for example, to TSI development. It's now big revision package, and I personally very afraid about real interoperability, no paper interoperability, but real interoperability on the field of interlocking systems and energy power systems. And we need interoperability, we need one system, we need one standards, we need common trains between Czech, Poland, also Baltic countries, Austrians, and also Hungary and. But it is not possible without real interoperability on European Union level. We have to coordinate also between ministries, infrastructure managers on this field. And also now back to your questions. Thank you for it. Railway transport in Czech, it's very popular, and we have real problem with capacity on our main lines. We have double deck lines, and also we have totally open market in Czech. Sprava Železnic has a contract with more than 120 operators, and also 5 of them are very important passenger operators. They are working on PSO contracts and also in MAM's commercial service, also online between Ostrava and Praha. And it's important for us to establish new capacity and also prepare here a good field for future development of rail transport in Czech. High-speed project will have very big impact on railway market in Czech. It will be possible to establish on one side good connection between regions. They have not very poor connection with Praha. It's special Highland, Jihlava region. It can be very good pressure for development. Also, we are a little bit similar situation as Poland because we have not direct line between Praha and Brno, the main cities in Czech. And it's similar with Wroclaw and Warsaw, and we also establish this connection, and it will be good possibility for very high level of development and more services on this line. We also can for the future establish anything as a ICE sprinter between Praha, Brno, Ostrava, and also I hope Poland. And we can also establish anything as an interregional service between Jihlava region and Praha, and also because our existing clients will be relatively more free, it will be also possible to develop a condition for freight trains, because it's not possible for freight trains to operate now in daily hours from reason that we have very crowded our lines, and also we can establish for future some potential for more supplement trains, especially in Praha, Ostrava, and Brno area, because also we have not fulfilled now the maybe interest from regions to have more and more trains. Prague is a very historical city. It's a lot of problem with parking. We also need a little bit more green Praha, and also without these new lines, new service, will be not possible to establish this condition and develop also these regions in Czech. It's big advantage also for the regional development of this region for future, definitely.
Thank you. Now, the STEER report indicates that a reduction in travel time between major Central and Eastern European cities is the greatest benefit from high-speed rail introduction? Czechia, similarly as Austria, is ideally located to become a EU central railway hub. However, and I think Mikolas already touched on it, the infrastructure alone in itself may not be sufficient to guarantee fast and seamless cross-border rail services if other elements are staying behind. So from your perspective, what are the key enablers of successful long-distance cross-border rail services other than the infrastructure?
Maybe the first is the interoperability. Real interoperability and good level of European specification, especially TSIs. From my point of view, it's a basic condition because without it, it will be not possible to establish new direct connection. Concerning passenger service, we need anything as new direct trains with very limited number of stops between capitals. I'm speaking about connection between Warsaw and Praha, also Warsaw-Vienna, and also, for example, Praha-Frankfurt. We can to reach with our high-speed system, with this ICE Sprinter, main cities, main capitals, and main industry centers in less than 4 hours. It's very good competition concerning planes. It's very important step. This ICE Sprinter as a connection with very limited stops can be good offer for future, and also it can be good response for maybe some questions concerning international operation on our lines. It will be also possible for future to establish direct connection between, for example, Baltic states and Vienna through Czech Republic, and also maybe to Praha. And this new direct service can be also good advantage and good profit from our new infrastructure. Number 3 is that we can also establish good interregional connection, direct connection between our regions. I am not speaking about Czech regions, but European regions. Because also a connection between, for example, Silesia and Ostrava region, it will be also one of profit of this infrastructure. And also, but it's on decision on ministry level and also on European level, it's a question about type of service on this line. It's about 2 types of service generally. One is based on commercial conditions only, and second is based on PSO contracts. We have now PSO system in Czech, also in international connection, and very good result is that we have every 2 hours connection between Praha, Germany, and also we have a lot of trains to Poland. We have also every 2-hour train to Vienna, and also to Slovakia. We have also commercial service on this line, but it's relatively limited, and this provide in peak hours from a lot of number of passengers. The second model is model French Germany. It's about commercial service, and it's now between very big Frankfurt and very big Paris, approximately 5 trains per day. And it's a decision. It's commercial. It's on very good level of service. It's very rapid, but it's a question that, especially in our condition, this TACT system to our system, and also very good coordination of timetable, it's a better. But it's question on the authorities. And also we need good level of integration. We need network approach. Because connection between capitals is possible also established by, for example, planes. But railway is a network system, and we need very good connection, a very good coordination of international timetable, from reason that we can connect also regions and also regional capitals across Europe, across Austria, Hungary, Poland, also Baltic states, and we can connect regions. And it's maybe, from my point of view, it's maybe one of maybe the most important benefit railways opposite to planes. And but for need, we need good coordination of timetable, we need interoperability, and we need also political support on EU level and also from authorities, and also thanks to our ministry for support our project, because we have very clear support and very high level of support also from our ministry, and it's very important also for future.
Thank you. Catherine, you're the European coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Core Network Corridor. Now, your role as coordinator is to facilitate the implementation of the TEN-T core network corridors, in particular by coordinating member states' investments in cross-border sections. In those cross-border sections are often very complex and burdensome to realize. Now, the STEER reports suggest that the countries of the Three Seas region understand this challenge and also plan their future high-speed rail infrastructure in a more integrated way and with a broader regional context in mind. Now, based on your experience with multi-country transport investments, what would be your main advice for project developers in high-speed rail in Central European member states?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to be invited in this conference. For me, as coordinator, I have a corridor which is a link between western part of Europe, that is from Antwerp, Rotterdam to Tallinn, and then the end of Botnian Gulf, and the connection to the Scandinavian corridor to the Arctic Sea. So questions of seas, it is of course important for me, maritime transport. But having also a terrestrial loop is very important, of course by road, but essentially by train for me. For the moment, train and rail is a true priority, and especially the Rail Baltica. You can imagine it, because it's one of the 6 main projects in Europe, and we are in a moment in which we will begin the construction, and this will be concrete. So this is very important to see another view and another perception of what we can give through the network, the European network, the TEN-T policy. Because, of course, we have, with the corridors, we work on the backbone of the network, but then we want that people can believe in it, use it, take the best advantage for different priorities. That is, of course, passengers, freight, but also now military mobility. So these three priorities, this 3 usage of the railway is very important to integrate. And one point, one conclusion, and the first conclusion I take mine from the Three Seas initiative, is to see a more integrated infrastructure and thinking as a total network. It is really my priority, for example, in the moment to help the development of freight with the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. We see with the solidarity lanes, we see with the sanctions that the market is changing. And of course, it can be a difficulty. And building, a European standard gauge system is very good. But if we have 15-20 infra, which is still used in the Baltic states, for example, we can integrate it and use it for a better service. So I see, the end users, companies, travelers, and I was very glad to listen that the intention of the Three Seas initiative and the different actors in this cooperation is to develop common vision of technical, cooperation, interoperability and coordination, and also to facilitate, you used the term, facilitate the access for the service. So this is essential. And of course, for me, having this new perception, this new understanding is very good. Why? Because we change the map of the corridors. I have in the corridor the connection with the main line, which will deserve Ukraine, to Lviv, Kiev, and Mariupol. This is a link to another sea. So we meet in a certain way in the intention. Rail Baltica will be integrated in another corridor, which gives the vision of the importance of this infrastructure now. And we have another organization of the corridors in the eastern parts of Europe, because we prepare the adhesion of the Balkan countries. So we see that there is a geostrategic importance, and we have also a very strong message to give to the market in the moment. We have problems for drivers. We have in the road logistic. We have problem also of companies for their their capacities and their markets for themselves. And we see that investment is more and more difficult. So I wish in the beginning of the year all the success and prosperity to our companies who have the task of the construction of this infrastructure. And I want to say to all the people in the room that having the experience of different big projects, we know that time is sometimes longer. Sometimes it's more expensive. So we need to be ready to accept some new constraints. But we need a strong determination. I don't have a silver bullet, but I have a first condition, if I can say, cooperation. If I see that, in the Netherlands, the line to Betuwe was constructed in 27, but on the German side, it will be finished in 2030. You imagine the difference. The different countries, they need to show to their people that when they invest in infrastructure, there is operations on it. So this is my task, and this is my preoccupation, cooperation, and not just in intention, in international agreements. No, concretely, coordination on details. And this is very, very important and very difficult, if I can say, because first, the different countries and the operators are in competition. So sometimes we need to show that there is a common interest, even if they are in competition, they can have a practice of co-opetition, that is cooperation and competition. And coordination is a precondition. So that's why I think that now we are ready to do it, because we are at a level in which also with the new rules we are discussing with the European Parliament now, and with the CEF tools and the other financial support tools in Europe, it's not sufficient. Of course, I know it, but it is important to realize with it. So we know that, and I can say it and affirm it also now in this room, in this conference, with the financial support of the European Commission and the budget, the European budget, it gives security for investments, for the national ones, but also for private investments. And this is a very strong message in the moment. The building infrastructure for rail and for high-speed rail, and having this type of cooperation, like in the 3Cs initiative, gives confidence and gives a perspective for the market, for investments, and for credibility, reliability in the future service. So I think that I will integrate really the conclusions of the conference in my work, and I will see also changing the vision of the role of coordinators who will be more invested in the transport corridor. That is the link between travelers, infrastructures and services, and freight also. And especially with the integration of, in the transport corridor of the rail freight corridors. So this will be a new step. This will be very good to have this common vision and to have this cooperation. So I want to say good luck for this cooperation, because I have big weights towards the different partners.
Thank you. Now, under the upcoming TEN-T regulation, almost all high-speed rail infrastructure in this region will be part of the TEN-T network. Now, beyond the privileged access to EU funding, what are, according to you, the main benefits for Rail Baltica, CPK, and the V4 HSR projects stemming from their inclusion in the TEN-T network?
I thank you for your question because sometimes I'm a bit worried because I see some member states just concerned by the money. But the TEN-T policy is a planning policy of infrastructure. And having a deadline, for example, 2030, for ending the corridors is very important. Having a planning with a shared agenda. Of course, the work plan of the coordinator will not be a binding reference, but it will be a strong reference because it will be more discussed with the member states to have a real agreement and strong agreement and engagement from the member states. So planning, coordination, having also the vision of the institutional role, but also the actors. I think that for Rail Baltica, the way Rail Baltica can give this opportunity to demonstrate that a unique project between 3 countries is a solution, not a problem. For the moment, we are in the middle path of the path, if I can say. It's not at all a solution. We cannot say, now it is a solution. It is still difficult, but it will be a solution and a demonstration. And I'm very thankful to the member states, the Baltic member states, because they decided to have an experience, which is the Amber train, to show that even now they can have service between them. So the integration, as I said, of the railway system is very good. Then interoperability will be a key for the financial support. And of course, we need to show for the next discussion in 2027 that we can prove that the money was really well spent. So now my recommendation is please spend the money you have, because the demonstration will be also for the solution that European infra system is good if everyone is concerned by the delays and by the agenda, by the plan, and also by the interoperability and by the same deadlines. So this is really for Rail Baltica the key issues. But it's not just, if I can say, a Baltic project. It's very strongly linked to Poland and to Finland. And having the war in Ukraine, we see also, and the problems with Russia, that we need to find new raw materials, new wood to transport. And we will have a logistic activity during the construction. So it's also a call for all the companies to see the opportunity of such a project to come in, to participate to the offers, to the construction, and to share the competencies. Because TEN-T, and I will finish on that, the European standard gauge and technical parameters is a new culture for many, a new culture. And it was said, and thank you for saying it, because it's also changing the mind and the culture of the rail operators. But it is time to do it. It is time to switch from road to rail. It's time to affirm the priority of rail, not only high speed, but also regional rail system, because we need people coming to the high-speed rail, and we need also infrastructure for freight. So I'm quite confident. The debate is running well with the European Parliament. We had a strong support from the Council, from the Member States, and I hope that this common understanding of the importance to invest in infrastructure will not be seen as a sort of supplementary duty, but as an essential duty to link people, business, and countries. So this is so important when we see how the rail is critical in Ukraine, that we are lucky to have a system and to be connected with rail. And we have a duty as Europeans for that.
Thank you. Arthur. JASPERS is a technical assistance initiative aimed at improving the quality of investments. You provide independent expert advice on how to plan, develop, implement high-quality large investments in projects like high-speed rail. As part of the European Investment Bank, you're located in Luxembourg, so you have a good insight in the Western European transport experience background. On the other hand, your office is in Warsaw. You're from Poland. You're supporting transport projects in the Central and Eastern European region. So you also understand ambitions and drivers in this part of Europe. Can you, from your experience, can you compare the need for high-speed rail infrastructure and the ambitions of high-speed rail infrastructure in the Three Seas region with those that were around in previous high-speed projects like in Western Europe?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, we are thankful to be invited for such an event with so many prominent guests and panelists. And yes, indeed, as advisory services of the European Investment Bank, we support the bank and our clients in development of large-scale investment projects. And about transport network in the CEE countries and in the Western European countries. So the fact is that what we can observe is that the high-speed network in the western part of the Europe is developed. It's still being developed, but certainly majority of works has been done already. And in CEE countries, the high-speed railway infrastructure practically does not exist at all. And this is the fact, and this is a result of the historical legacy of a difficult time of Europe when the continent was divided and the CEE countries, together with the eastern part of Germany, were part of the Soviet bloc with some controlled economic development, not full independence, etc., and then we know it. And now there is a time for the whole region to catch up with the western part of the European Union. And railway is even more important in the inevitable forthcoming climate transformation, which is very ambitious, which is set up by the all member states within the European Union and also by the European Commission. And from our perspective also, the European Investment Bank is transforming to become so-called the EU Climate Bank. So the green transport is going to be a key element of our, I would say, activities across the whole Europe. So, taking into account, as you said, that being part of the European Investment Bank and having exposure to all transport projects across Europe, we may see where these projects were successful and where these projects were not so successful compared to what were the initial, I would say, hope to be successful. What else could be said in terms of ambitious? I would say there is nothing wrong in being ambitious. There's nothing wrong in having a long-term vision. And this conference is a very good example of long-term planning. We could see this map. We could see representatives from CEE countries discussing, thinking how to improve connectivity, not for now, but for future generations. Because from our perspective, this ambitious project, irrespective how this policymakers and many people in the CEE regions are going to be ambitious, it's a long-term project. From our perspective, we are talking about a decade, maybe 15, maybe 20 years from now. But compared to the situation a decade ago, because we started a discussion in Poland about high-speed network more than a decade ago. And to be honest, at this time, we were not so enthusiastic due to the risk that it might not fly due to relatively low disposable income of the average household, etc., etc. And this concerns the whole region. But now, also in the forthcoming, as I said, I would say climate transformation, this is the absolute high time to develop such projects, to start cooperation and to practically start development. And we as a European Investment Bank, of course, with advisory services, we would like to be a partner for long-term cooperation, supporting our clients, our project promoters, also policymakers to develop, to transform this vision into real projects. Last but not least, as you said, yes, I'm located in Warsaw office. On one hand, I get a perfect possibility to get experience from the whole organization, which is the European Investment Bank, with advisory services we provide in other countries as well. But at the same time, being close to our clients, our partners, meaning project promoters, decision makers, we can better understand challenges, difficulties, because we are close to the ground. Thank you.
Do you see, as maybe a bit recent, but do you see any lessons learned, because you have seen high-speed rail in Western Europe, you're very highly involved, I understand, in high-speed rail in the Three Seas region also. Do you see any lessons learned from both sides that could be shared with each other?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. What we may say, the development of high-speed network, for instance, in France and in Germany, but also in Italy, can be summarized as a success story. While in Spain, and this is nothing unusual what I'm going to say now, this lessons learned shows that this project, this long-term vision, at the end turned to be not as successful as initially aimed. And this should be a lesson learned for all CE countries. And this should be, some people even say, an eye-opening. And what is important is that even if this is an absolutely good direction to follow by the region, no one cannot forget about, I would say, some necessary elements to guarantee the success story of such projects. In a sense, it has to be reliable, it has to be affordable, but at the same time cost-effective service, because if not, this will be a burden for public finance, and this would become a burden to the economic development of each economy of this part of European Union. So the better planning, the better long-term vision, the better assessment, and the more time spent on the preparation, the better chance for the success story of this project.
Thank you. I think we have come at the end of this opening panel. I must say I would like to thank everyone on this panel. I have heard on the side of the people who have the responsibility for this hugely important major project a very strong and aligned vision, I think. I think you were, it was very, very clear how aligned you were in your vision, but also on the EU side, I think, thank you for the valuable insights, and then Catherine also for the recommendations for the future, I think. I think these gentlemen will definitely take your thinking on board, because it does make you think about the future of this project. So highly valuable insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for this discussion. Thank you to the moderator of the discussion for leading this part. And now I would like to kindly ask Mr. Mikołaj Wild, Mr. Radek Czech and Mr. Agnieszka Drixna to stay on the stage because we are moving very important moment of our Congress for the day one, as we'll be seeing the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding. And for that purpose, I would also like to invite to the stage Minister Marcin Horała and Minister Wacław Bernard to join us for this very important moment. The document will be signed by the railway investors responsible for the three most advanced projects in the region, that's CPK, RB Rail AS and Sprawa Żeleznic. And this memorandum of understanding establishes mutual coordination of those investments. And just in a moment, we'll be ready for this very pivotal part of this day, of this Congress, but also as a symbol for this discussion that has been just finished on the stage, that we are not only talking about taking actions, but we do take actions. We do sign the important documents to start off the future cooperation. So, gentlemen, please kindly approach. If we may kindly ask you to approach this area for a group photo. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. This was the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the railway investors responsible for the three most advanced projects in the region, and we hope for the mutual cooperation in the future. Thank you once again. And for us, this is a time for a coffee break, for a networking break, and we'll meet here at 12:15, 15 minutes past 12. It's the moment that we'll be awaiting you here for the next panel discussion. By the time, enjoy your company. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we are moving on to the next panel discussion for today. So please kindly take your seats and we'll be ready to begin. And in the meantime, I'll just inform you that at the railwaydirectiondays.com you can find and download the report, this very report that Minister Horała was briefly summing up at the beginning of our Congress today. So if anybody is interested in the further details, please go to the website and download this very report. And for this moment, we are moving to the panel discussion that bears the title, The Importance of Railway Projects in the Three Seas Region for Strengthening Security and Resilience of the EU and its Neighbors. The moderator of this discussion will be Mr. Michał Baranowski, Managing Director of GMF East, Senior Fellow and Director of the Warsaw Office. Please kindly join me on the stage.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be with you. I'm going to go ahead and right away invite our panelists to the stage without introducing them. You know who you are, so come over. Because we do not have any very clearly assigned seating. Minister, maybe we can invite you to the center, State Secretary, my dear friend, General Kowalik. Absolutely. We have a great mix. Perfect. I was introduced already, so I won't repeat that. But let me just tell you that my organization is a think tank. We are focused on transatlantic relations, on transatlantic security and defense, and this is what we are going to focus on in today's panel, and the interaction between the high-speed rail networks in general, transportation, logistics, and its impact on security, on resilience, especially in the Three Seas region. But of course, we are meeting today in the context of the war in Ukraine. And this is why security and defense is on the foremost of our thinking. We have a fantastic panel that includes both political, military, government professionals that is really ideal to discuss these issues. And I very much hope also for active participation from you, from the audience, selected audience of professionals as well. So please think of your interventions or of your questions to our panelists. You have all of their bios, and this is a trick of moderators that we will not go and read through each of the bios because, frankly, it makes for slightly boring introductions and panels. We're going to go straight ahead to conversation and questions. But let me start with Minister Skuodis, who actually joined us, Minister of Transport and Communication of the Republic of Lithuania, who told me that he came over by train to this conference. So, Minister, do tell us about your personal view, but also the way that you are seeing the cooperation in the Three Seas. We have behind us a map of the transportation and rail networks. What needs to be done? From your perspective, from a political perspective, what needs to be done by governments, by industry, but also by military, and then we'll turn to how military can use the existing networks. So let's start with the opening question. We again hope to really have a sharp and quick discussion among the panelists. Minister, over to you.
So thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be here, especially among people from military. And over the recent years, I'm getting familiar and used to sitting around army officials and focusing on military mobility issues. But to start with, since you mentioned my travel by train to Warsaw, a direct train which we launched in the middle of December last year from Vilnius to Warsaw and actually to Krakow further. It took me 9 hours to travel. When I came here and arrived, actually did not manage to finish my work then, so I said that probably we need to prolong the journey by additional hour. But 9 hours, when we are living in the 4th decade of our restored independence, connectivity by train between Lithuania and Poland in 9 hours, this is really something we need to think about. And when I was traveling from Vilnius in Kaunas, which is a city in the middle of Lithuania, you are passing the intermodal terminal. And that terminal is actually the most eastern point in the European standard railway network in Europe, because up to Kaunas, we had the European standard railway gauge. And what you could see there, you could see containers which are prepared to move to the west, to Poland and further to Germany. You could see oil products which are traveling from Lithuania to Ukraine, bypassing Belarus for the first time in our history, for obvious reasons. And at the same time, now we also started transportation of coal to Poland, which is also moving from that intermodal terminal where you are changing the railway gauge. What are the challenges there? That demand in the market for transportation is much larger than we can meet the supply that we can meet because of the limits related to infrastructure. And actually, this intermodal terminal is also used for military purposes. And quite recently, I myself, was present with our president when I saw, tanks being moved, from railways, and put on the ground. So, 40 years after, 4th decade after restoring independence, and no proper infrastructure. The reason is very simple, because we used to work with the East. And when the East was closed, we looked to the West. And then I think our state-owned enterprises understood that we used to present ourselves as a bridge between East and West, but we were not focusing on the Western part. And now everything is changing. Everything is changing. The challenge here is how to bypass Russia and Belarus. Cargo starts moving from the south, from Turkey. Here we have Romania, Bulgaria. Also, the challenge is how to help for Ukraine. And for that reason, the Free Seas region is becoming of key importance. So Rail Baltica project is one of the projects which will, as I am saying, conclude our integration to the West. Because we are integrated politically, we are integrated financially, we have the euro, we are completing our energy independence. We are no longer buying Russian gas, nor electricity, nor oil. We are going to integrate our electricity grid, but our railway network is still Eastern. And that needs to be changed. It's no longer an economic question. It's a geopolitical question. It's a security question. And when we are sometimes talking about costs, costs should be put aside. But, so connectivity with Poland is one of the key, points here. But we need to enlarge, the network and to connect us to Southern Europe, where cargo starts moving from the same Asian countries, bypassing Russia and Belarus.
Thank you very much, Minister, and also emphasizing the time pressure that we are under. I think this is something we're going to discuss both in this panel and subsequent conversations, because the clock is definitely ticking, and we have found ourselves to be strategically surprised by how quickly Russia has turned on us and our allies in Ukraine. But you mentioned the importance of going south, which is a perfect transition to our colleague, State Secretary Adrian Fogis from Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure of Romania. For the southern part of the Three Seas region, but critical and a critical place given the importance of Black Sea, given the proximity to Ukraine. So, State Secretary, over to you for your perspective of both challenges, as Minister pointed out, but also some opportunities that we are seeing in railway development in Romania and the southern part of Central and Eastern Europe.
First of all, I would like to start by saying thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be present here. And also, I would like to point out that it's a fairly open discussion, and I really appreciate that from our side as well. The Minister earlier explained the general and the strategic overview of what's happening related to the transport infrastructure with all modes of transport, and this is a challenge that all the countries nearby the conflict are facing with right now, so it's a common challenge for us. And I think that what happened by transforming the green lanes into solidarity lanes, it was an expression of our joint effort in order to properly react and to help in real time those that were in need. So, from our perspective, if we are going to move from the general situation to something more specific and something that we learned like everyday basic lessons, like the Ukrainians are doing the war because they have to adapt, they have to invent, they have to innovate on their location in order to survive. This is something that we had to do on our side as well. And I think that in the case of Romania, the initial challenge was the fact that we did have a fairly developed railway system. Unfortunately, not all of it was used at that point. So the basic actions that we started to do, they were oriented towards the rehabilitation on modernization of the connections that we are having as a frontline state with Ukraine and also with Moldova, because we had a fairly good cooperation using Moldova as an intermediary hub in order to react for the high volume of transport of passengers and also freight that we were facing at some specific moments of the conflict. And more than this, I think that fairly specific interventions from our side was related to the fact that we need to take care of structural capacity of bridges, structural capacity of roads, structural capacity of the railway, existing railway. And not only this, we initiated a national program related to, we call it the quick wins, like small railway works that were oriented into eliminating the speed restrictions in order to reduce the time travel for the designated corridors. So there were very specific challenges that made us realize that, of course, we were supposed to take care of all of this before, but due to the geopolitical situation, and as you, Minister, pointed out at that point, we were facing into the other direction. Now we have to reorganize. So we're starting to use the existing infrastructure with these specific challenges. And second of all, I think we had the possibility to reorganize the new hubs, connection points, and other related connections towards the border with Ukraine or either with Moldova in order to create a more efficient and improved transport system. And from the railway perspective, I think this is the major, not challenge, the major opportunity that we are having right now, that we are redesigning, replanning everything. And as the main subject of our discussion is related to the high-speed railway, for sure this is a project that is also pushing towards this, that a better connection, a better use of technology, because of course that we understand that there is a gap of development between the West and the East. Everybody assumes the reality. The thing is that now we have to implement the best solutions for our national context. And from this point of view, I think that discussions like today with our partners, either from the 3C initiatives, either from the European Union, I think is pushing us to an old objective which was not implemented yet. And this is the single European rail area. Because we need to have common standards in order to better connect what we are discussing about. And it's not only about the civilian aspect of transport mode per general. Now we have to put into place and reorganize from the military perspective as well. This is something that still we are now planning the new infrastructure. Now we have the chance to better organize and to better connect everything. So in small words, this is the main challenge and things that we had to relate with. Now, again, because the minister mentioned, we need to reorganize not only towards the EU member states and the existing mobility corridors that we are used to connect with at this point. Now we have to move towards the relation with Turkey, as we discussed, and an old partnership that was discussed between Poland, Romania, and Turkey as a trilateral approach can be put on the European public agenda again. Other than this, we have to look on the resetting of the mobility corridors that were happening between Europe and Asia. Now the Trans-Siberian is moving towards the other countries. Initially, we further developed the Tracheka network. It's not enough. All the states that are going through the Black Sea to the Caspian Sea, I'm discussing about Georgia, I'm discussing about Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, all the way to China, now are putting on the negotiation and discussions the idea of the middle corridor. So we have to understand what are the common resources that we can use and our advantage, because otherwise the new corridors will go through Iran, Turkey, will go to Serbia, Austria. So these are real challenges which are not giving any time to lose at this point. So instead of trying to create something new, to reinvent the wheel, unfortunately, I think that it's a proper time to put our efforts together, to listen to our colleagues, military experts, because now there is a need for the expertise, and to put more, I would say, adapted to the reality plan of the mobility transport system through all Europe.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, and it's really a perfect segue to hear from our military colleagues, and thank you for also emphasizing the opportunities in the new corridors, and also emphasizing actually the importance of the Black Sea security that would be necessary to use our southern European corridors. But let me turn to General Tomasz Kowalik, frankly an old friend. But we'll be very professional on this panel, so we'll stick to our roles. Deputy Chief of Staff for Support at the Multinational Corps Northeast. And General Kowalik is speaking in his professional military capacity, but not representing the views of NATO or the Polish armed forces. General Kowalik, we talked already, we began the question of how the rail network is used for military purposes, but this question really has gained tremendously in importance and timeliness with Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. So from your perspective as a military officer with regional responsibilities, how important is the rail network for military mobility, for resilience? What do we already have, and what more do you need, imagining sometimes pretty difficult scenarios? Over to you.
Thank you, Michał, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to participate in this very important discussion. Thank you for the invitation, and to be willing to listen to me and Todd, to the military views, because I think we can inform this discussion by our perspectives. I would like, Michał, to start, as we always do in the military, with a very short statement about threat, because the military actions are driven by threats. The threat perception is from the military, from the NATO alliance, but also from the national perspectives, real. Even though the war is ongoing, Russian forces are being depleted and are being weakened, actually. Continuously, the losses are very high. The threat, the midterm, the long-term threat is actually real and existent. and there is no time to spare. We have to be, I heard some views, some projects are multi-year projects to be completed in 10, 20 years. From the military perspective, we would rather like them to be completed, at least those that are essential, particularly here on the Eastern Front, within months and single years, but not in more than a decade time. As you know, the land strip bordering directly with Russia, but also with Belarus, going all the way from Tallinn down to the Polish, Ukrainian and Belarusian triangle border. That's a strip of 1,800 kilometers that is alliance territory bordering directly with a potential enemy action, plus the 500 kilometers that we have around Królewież Oblast, or Kaliningrad Oblast as it's used in English. This is a huge swath of land that needs to be watched carefully. And naturally, we are not in a position to position and posture large amounts of forces, of allied forces and host nation forces in those regions. But what we can do, what we should do, what we are actually trying to do is to have a mix of larger host nation forces, larger alliance forces, but also forces that are able to be quickly brought to the front. And we do it by different modes. We do it by air, we do it by sea, by road, but also by train. And the train is quintessential when it comes to heavy equipment. Just to give you a rough understanding, that if you're talking about a real world scenario where we would have to go into a multi-core defensive operation against an adversary that would try to challenge NATO territory, also European Union territory, it would become a multi-core operation, which would require multiple thousands of tracked vehicles, meaning tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery systems, APCs. Those are all heavy equipment that you normally don't by road or by air. It's not economical, it's not practical. You do it actually by train. And this has to occur in a very rigid and very fast time space. There is an indicators and warnings process in the alliance that allows us to understand whether the enemy attack may become imminent or not. And this window with Russia's capabilities that it has developed over the years has actually narrowed. So we are talking about days and weeks, but not months, that we need to be able to forward deploy troops if we really understand that they are getting serious about invading our territories. And in this sense, a very robust train system is required. I also want to stress that the allies have agreed at the NATO summit, in the last NATO summit in Madrid, that a very important sentence, that the alliance territory would be defended, in every inch of it would be defended, which implies that we don't assume, we as the military planners, we don't assume that we would cede territory, that we would actually face the enemy directly at our borders of our forward alliance countries. And in this respect, this gives us a particular commitment, and a very robust rail system would help us. And I mentioned about the mix of different ways how to forward, how to meet that threat. And just let me give maybe 2 or 3 or 4 different examples of how this rail system could become more resistant, resilient from our military perspective. And then I'm happy to jump in the later discussion as well. But what is important is that the rail system is actually unified. So it is honey to our ears when we see that the Rail Baltica is supposed to be built so that we can actually smoothly transition from this part of Europe all the way into Estonia. That is essential, because all those transition modes, they stop. They stop. There's only a certain amount of throughput of trains that can go through these places to Szesztakai and the other location. Maybe 2, maybe 4 per day. which actually hampers. And as I said, the relevance of speed is so important. So if we have one gouge, it would help us. Same thing goes for Ukraine in the future, that the gouge into Ukraine should also ideally be the European gouge, which is 1435 millimeters, as you know. There is also a general observation by us logisticians that there's not enough rail tracks here on the eastern front. Some people said it because of legacy history. Any new north-south, but also north-southwest, but also east-west rail track that would go into the forward area will be very beneficial. And then it's also very important that we connect all the choke points in the logistics throughput system with the right infrastructure, which means that the seaports of debarkation, the airports of debarkation, and the railheads, that they are all connected with a sufficient amount of accompanying infrastructure. That's important. And then when you have those moving transports, those moving trains, the civilian world, the civilian business is not cancelled. It's not stopped. It goes on as well. So and the trains, as we know, they go much faster than the military trains. So there has to be a sufficient amount of those railway sidings, bocznice, as we say in Polish. Those have to be planned as well accordingly so that the trains can smoothly go on. The last thing we would like to have is prepare for defense, for the incoming enemy attack, and at the same time close down our economy and close down our way of life. We would actually ideally try to deter the enemy in such a way that he never attacks, but at the same time have the economy still work. And maybe I leave it with this, ready to intervene. Thank you.
That's great. I will do one follow-up though, because you told us, and for people in the security analysis business, we live with this reality of needing to be prepared for multi-core operations. Sort of that's every day. I'm not sure if it's an everyday for folks here. So my question, the follow-up that I wanted to ask you is how well or how not well we are prepared with the infrastructure as it stands right now. Knock on wood, if it was to happen in the near future. Let's not put it tomorrow. Just be honest.
Yes, thank you, Michał. I would say that over the last several years, since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time in 2014, I would say we did not sleep at the switch, as the saying says. So a lot of things have been done. A lot of things have been improved. A lot of infrastructure investments, military, dual use have been already taking place. We are doing today a much better job than we did in 14, 15, 16, 17. But there's still a lot of things to be done. A lot of ammunition storage depots, a lot of railway, rail hubs. Cybersecurity needs to be improved, so we gain this resilience, because we can definitely expect an attack on our rail infrastructure as soon as something serious happens. There will be massive attacks on that, so we need to make sure that that is also. The digitalized process of getting permits would also help. That is also so there are several things that need to be improved in order to gain this full readiness, resilience, so that we can actually say yes, we are good. So from the military perspective, we would always look for ways to improve it and ways to speed it up. So I would say we are somewhere in the middle.
Good. Diplomatic answer, but thank you for your message of urgency and really highlighting really how existential our rail network and transportation networks are in the current situation. Let me before going to our colleague from Gdańsk, let me turn to Colonel Todd Ellison from the U.S. Army. It is often said that war is about logistics, and we know that U.S. Army is pretty good at this. General Kowalik also mentioned really complicated logistical support and military mobilization system that U.S. Army has developed in Europe. So if you could give us your perspective maybe if I can push you in sort of starting with the perspective of the conflict brewing and what would have to happen as far as United States, and how bringing an effective and quick deterrence on the eastern flank would have to look like from a perspective of a U.S. Army. Over to you, Todd.
Thank you. And on behalf of Major General Smith, the Commanding General of the 21st Theater Sustainment Command, it's a distinct honor and pleasure to represent the U.S. Army and the 21st Sustainment Command. For those who may not know about the command, it really is the Army's single command that integrates all sustainment and logistics for not only the Army, but the NATO and our joint force. And so to really kind of pull a thread with your question and on what the General had discussed, one of the unfortunate challenges as a career logistician that I can relate to some of the discussions here today is that we have to come up with the solutions to what our commanding generals and our commanders want with their strategy. And that involves usually moving a lot of stuff and moving it, heavy stuff very fast. And so I was very fortunate to be able to represent my command at another conference earlier in the year in September here in Warsaw, actually. And they asked me, what is the importance of logistics in supporting the U.S. Army, or I'm sorry, industry in supporting the U.S. Army? And the reality is we can't do it without it. And so rail is that special component that's even more important. So if you look at what recently we've stood up the 5th Corps command here in Poland, and we did that so that we have a combat credible force. But the reality is 5th Corps is just a Corps headquarters. That credible force that we're talking about is actually rotating from the United States. And so that's done on rail to our own ports, strategic vessels, and then offloaded at various ports throughout Europe. And so what you've seen in the last really 8 years, give or take, is a huge change in the way we've pursued our strategy, and sustainment and logistics is at the heart of that. And so back in 2013, we coordinated about 40 rail movements to support training and exercises. Up to about 2017, when we started bringing more forces for assure and deter, we executed up to about 400 rail movements over the years to support training and exercises in that Reliant force. Last year, we estimate in 1 year we did over 500 rail movements in support of not only all the forces coming over here for the assure and deterrence mission, but also in support of the Ukrainian forces. And so you can see already, it's not a question of what we need rail to do. Rail is already doing what we need, because as a logistician, I told you, I have to solve those problems that my commanders give me, and that is moving stuff very quickly and very fast. But what we realize is that as we expand rail, it's really exciting to be part of this adventure that these corporations and these countries are going on in the next few years, because we have the ability to shape that dual purpose, right, that dual use. So, for instance, you know, I'm always challenged throughout the last few years of my career, what are the requirements, right? What are the needs of the military, right? We just said that we have to move stuff with strategic vessels, access to ports, and then movement onto, quite honestly, rail, because over the road is going to take too long. There's not enough trucks in Europe to move an Army brigade combat team. An armored brigade combat team takes 211 heavy rail cars to move in one single movement. So that's an extensive amount. And so what we've done by leveraging rail and leveraging industry, we have built capacity in the regional support network. So I'm very excited because the regional support network is getting better, and we're learning more and more. I'll just leave at one point why rail is so important. When we move something by truck, we have to do individual diplomatic paperwork for every single truck. So you can imagine if you were moving, you know, 100 pieces of equipment, that's 100 sets of paper. If we put it on rail, we only have to do one set of paperwork. And I don't know about you, but that saves a lot of time, a lot of stress, and a lot less coordination with our diplomatic and political partners. So We're excited about rail. As a career logistician, I'm excited about it because it helps me solve how to support our strategy. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very good to hear sort of directly from a person who is responsible for moving the big stuff really, really fast. I will want to in a second round come back to you and ask about the choke points. So it's good that we are growing, but we are here to solve problems. So let's identify them as well from both military level, from political level, But you also mentioned the importance of ports, and that gives me a very good segue to Mr. Sławomir Michalewski, Vice President of the Board of Port of Gdańsk, our key port in Poland. Mr. Michalewski, I wanted to ask you about we focus on rail networks, but of course, the really big stuff needs to travel first by sea. So the interaction between ports and rail networks, as well as the role that Gdańsk itself has played already during the war in Ukraine as a key port for Poland. Help us understand the interaction, especially in the case of Gdańsk, but perhaps that's something that is applicable for other ports in the Baltic Sea, but also the Black Sea with important port of Constanța. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for invitation to this panel. I hope that my honorable panelists and part of the audience will forgive me that I will take a full advantage of the fact that we have a simultaneous translation here, and I will speak during the conference in Warsaw in Polish. Szanowni Państwo, I hope that the translator is not on lunch, Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, as the previous speakers have said, ports are a key element of the defense system. It is by no coincidence that General Pershing in the First World War said that the infantry wins battles, logistics wins wars. Another general, General Riley from the UK, said that he who controls the sea controls trade. He who controls trade controls the wealth of this world. Now, from the perspective of the war in Ukraine, one key point to make is that Ukraine and Russia supply food to 400 million people around the world. If you look at the propensity to migrate, I'm not speaking about ports now, but I will come back to that. So, any additional percentage point in hunger around the world generates additional 2 percentage points in the propensity to migrate. So, if you look at it from the perspective of the events in Ukraine, we know that it is a full-blown conflict, and its outcome will also impact the fate of Belarus. We have to take the perspective of transportation routes between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. I remember in 2019 a conference was held in Istanbul. The Port of Gdańsk encouraged all our partners to use intermodal connections between the Baltic and the Black Sea, and all the way to Scandinavia, in fact. All the partners to the project were interested, but we missed one link. The kindness or the willingness of the Ukrainian railways. I hope that their representatives can take a position on that today. The Port of Gdańsk actually responded to what was going on outside of the conflict, because one of the best ways to weaken your enemy is to weaken their ally. And that was what was happening in autumn and in the winter in Poland, with energy pressure on Poland. So we were preoccupied with the energy crisis regarding supplies of coal and oil. Today, in mid-January, we know that this is not a problem for Poland. We have enough coal and oil. The port of Gdańsk has increased its capacity in 2021-2022 by 28%. A port that had a reserve capacity quickly responded to the needs which arose when the tap was turned off and the imports from Russia stopped. Ukraine gets or used to get about $28 billion from grains exports. That's a lot, considering that 18 billion is a new aid package just approved by the EU for Ukraine. If you look at the fact that 98% of cereals, maize and sunflower seed oil are spanning both the Black and the Mediterranean Sea. So what Turkey does in the future will be instrumental. If you look at the straits, 40% of Russian oil exports go from Novorossiysk port through that strait. All of Russia's exports of oil are worth $65 billion. Russia is exporting more oil through the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, despite the sanctions. The Russian ports use smaller container ships over the Baltic Sea. Sends those shipments to China and India as their principal customers. In my mind, what is key is to make sure that Ukraine can use the corridor over the Baltic Sea to the Polish ports, as well as Lithuanian ports.
I ten element, że jeżeli dojdzie do poważnych zmian w Rosji, to takich samych zmian dojdzie również
in particular Klaipeda.
Systemy są połączone.
If something goes wrong in Ukraine, this will affect Belarus as well. They are interconnected systems. So I think we should focus on helping Ukraine. 98% of its agricultural exports used to go through its ports. 6 million tons of cereal were exported every month from Ukraine over its seaports in Odessa, Mykolaiv and other cities. Railway transports accounted for a fraction of that. Of course, we cannot accept or receive 6 million tons of cereals each month from Ukraine. In 2021, all Polish ports exported 8 million tons. But if you look at the capacity we have, the potential of building a railway corridor to the Polish seaports, that is a big opportunity, because given the volatile position of Turkey, maybe the US early warning systems in Turkey, combined with the politics pursued by the current Turkish president, that may not play out for Ukraine enough to export its cereals. Of course, there's the Danube, but the Danube is but an option. The Constanța seaport is comparable in capacity to the seaport of Gdańsk, with a lot of barges that can only transport up to 3,000 tons. In the Gdańsk port, we have ships that could transport 50,000 tons of cereals. But again, we need a lot of action of governments that's above our level as the city and port of Gdańsk. It takes a lot of effort to open the window for Ukraine in the Polish seaports. We have still some capacity in Gdańsk, in our deep sea port, so that's an issue to follow up, maybe in the wings of this conference and elsewhere. Thank you. Thank you very much for raising this point.
Because I think I wanted to continue the topic that you signal in terms of grain, but it is about we focus so far on the northeast. Well, actually, north-south corridor all the way to Constanza. And we have 40 minutes, so I don't want to overdo it, and I definitely would love interventions and questions from the audience. But I do want to follow on the conversation about what would it take to plug in with Ukraine more smoothly, both when it comes to grain, but also when it comes to military aid. So that's on our eastern border, so to say. But also we talked about the importance of choke points, importance of military mobility. I would like to also ask about the West. How smooth are we there in terms of in bringing for example, military aid if necessary from our Western allies. So maybe what I would now suggest, because now we have a little bit, if you wanted to, I would like to sort of a little bit more quickly go on these questions of choke points, probably maybe starting with the West, so to say, to General Kowalik and Colonel Todd Allison, and then also ask our political colleagues who can actually make things work let me ask you these questions when we get to this. So let's start with choke points. General Kowalik, let's start with you and then go to Colonel Allison.
Thank you, Michael. I started alluding to it already in my first intervention, this relevance of speed issue. One of the things that is a problem is, Todd alluded to it as well, is the procedures. It's so important to have single points of contact, so important to have it digitalized, the processes, so that from the planning to the execution, that time can be reduced to the maximum level possible. Because ideally, it should be weeks, months before, everything can be planned, but that's not how the threat and then military reaction to a threat, how the real world would force us to. Another thing important to understand is that some of the choke points may be actually the lack of electricity. We've seen it in Ukraine. The electricity grid has been bombarded. It may be bombarded in our region as well in the future if we have a war. And then the only way how we can use the rail tracks is the diesel engines. And that also should not be forgotten. If you have not a sufficient amount of diesel locomotives, you will not be able to move your troops and your equipment forward. Just something to be kept in mind, because electricity may be brought back, but it may actually take longer. So, and they're being used, as we know, in different portions, but mainly for technical trips, less and less so. Also, another choke point from the military perspective, in my opinion, is the number of sufficient rail flat wagons, those wagons that are designed specifically for heavy tracked vehicles. There's simply not enough of them. They're quite expensive. They're also not used very frequently. But if you look at Europe at large, we have a continuous shortage of those. Many of them are privately owned, some of them are governmentally owned and militarily owned, but the overall number of those is, in my opinion, professional opinion, is not sufficient. And maybe a last item that I want to mention is it's so difficult to test how fast the military can get from point A to point B in a crisis, because we do it for exercises, but in crisis we just don't want to make an artificial crisis. But an interesting case in point was when the French VJTF, the Very High Joint Task Force, was tasked to go from France to Romania a few months ago, right after Article 4 was invoked, after the 24th of February. And the assumptions are that the force is able to arrive in a few days, but with the train, with the planning, that did not go the way it should have. That was a case in point. So we need to kind of make tabletop exercises and then exercises, and then ideally we should also try to move those forces, but ideally with as little lead time as possible, so we actually test the system, whether the system allows us to move those large amounts of forces forward. I'll leave with this.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Todd for your perspective on the same question of choke points, perhaps looking at, again, Europe as a whole theater, right? I mean, we are focusing on eastern flank. This is where the threat is, but the big stuff will not be all arriving in the port of Gdańsk, right? So help us understand the bigger picture.
So I'd like to answer it by starting out by saying that one of the things that we've been able to do in the last 8 years from a positive perspective is leverage ports in all the 3 seas and the other coasts of Europe. And we've been successful in moving combat units, combat credible force, all the way south from Greece, all the way up into Poland. And we couldn't do that without port diversification and exercising those ports. One of the things that is a choke point, if you will, is the enemy always gets a vote, right? So contested logistics in the future is something that is very real and we anticipate. Well, one of our enemies is actually the weather. And so in these winter months, our strategic vessels coming over can't always use the Baltic Sea. As a matter of fact, some of them had to shuttle in the Mediterranean for a couple days until the weather cleared so they can go. But how powerful if we could take those same experiences using ports in Greece and Adriatic in those instances and switch on a dime quickly. Well, that's a colloquialism in the US language, switch on a dime, but switch very quickly to a different plan. That is something we'll need during competition leading into crisis, is the ability to do that. And so, you know, again, I'm always trying to give solutions to my commanders who are demanding and they want to be able to move quickly. And so being able to switch those ports down in the south and then move them onto rail all within that movement would have been something very powerful if we needed it. And fortunately, we didn't. From a time perspective, we were okay. But that's an example of a choke point, is the enemy gets a vote and we may not always be able to go where we want.
Thank you very much. Minister Skouras and State Secretary, I want to turn to you. But first, if I can ask the audience to really start thinking about their question and waving to me if you wanted to speak. I wanted to ask you from political perspective and looking at the efforts at the EU level as well. Military mobilization is one of the PESCO's priorities. What are other vehicles that you can see at EU level, probably mostly? Perhaps there are some at NATO level as well, where military mobilization was a priority, but I think the tools belong mostly at the EU level, where we can address this urgency that clearly comes out in our discussion, in your statement as well. You know, but we are now having less time than we used to have. The things, the time frame Well, the fight in Ukraine and the bravery and tactical shrewdness of our Ukrainian brothers and sisters give us time to prepare, but it's not going to last forever. So what are the mechanisms that you are seeing that could improve and address the urgency that we are discussing at the panel? Minister, over to you.
You know, sometimes on political level, I would advise just to meet for a number of people and to talk with Ukrainian counterparts. At the moment, they are the best teachers with all kinds of lessons. One of the lessons, what they are telling us, that in your transport system, you can't depend on one means of transportation. Ports. You can't be dependent on a small number of ports to export the majority of your exports, of your goods. So this is one of the lessons. And when I look at the European Union, basically cargo is moving on a very limited number of corridors. The question for me, is this kind of transportation system resilient in crisis situations? No, it's not. What could be done in addition? And for that reason, you know, the revision of the TEN-T network of corridors to look from both civil and military perspective helps. The challenge is here how to move faster. When you mentioned, you know, the number of papers you need to do, I sometimes wonder whether on political level ministers really understand that. Because for me, especially when you are moving within the single market of the European Union, when did we officially establish or created the single market? I don't know, just decades ago. Why? Why do we need to fill these kind of papers? I know that military is one story, but NATO countries and so on. So sometimes I think there are low-hanging fruits that could be solved quite quickly. Just right people need to identify them and to create pressure for other people to deliver. But regarding, you know, how to make the transportation system more resilient, I see that at least funding from the European Union's perspective for military mobility purposes really creates a lot of benefits. I think this is one of the best ways how to spend money, because it's not that you are giving, you know, for one country to decide or for another country. This is about, you know, accumulating our shared resources and allocate it to specific bottlenecks that would make our system more resilient. So now I'm a little bit worried that funding has been decreased before the war. So now I think we need to review what we are spending and to increase in that area, because it creates more opportunities. It means that we will need to decrease funding for other areas and sources, and there will be a lot of people disappointed, but I think this is the way to go from the European Union perspective.
Can I just quick follow-up on this? Do you see the urgency among your colleagues within the European Union, understanding that funding, for example, that you mentioned, has been cut quite a bit within PESCO for military mobility, that we need to reverse this trend and quickly, or is this still sort of business as usual before February 24th?
I feel this is on the table. And when European Union looks, you know, on the projects which to fund, I remember during the first call, now it was the second, and I think we are moving to the third call. In the first call, you know, the value of projects were quite comparable to what was allocated. Now in the second call, I think the demand was 4 times larger. In the third call, I think we will skyrocket because of the sense of urgency here. So I think that the need is there. And this is for experts to analyze, to identify those bottlenecks, But for the European Union, for the EU level, I think this is the way to move forward. This is the way, given the urgency.
Thank you very much. State Secretary Foggy, similar question to you on the tools and urgency that and tools that we can use to really add to solutions.
Thank you. I would like to follow the arguments that the Minister already presented so far, because in terms of a political approach, I think that in times of crisis, we have to respond to anarchy with democracy. And these types of procedure, of changes in national legislation, European legislations, are appearing a little bit too late and not enough. I would like to recollect the memory of all of us that we had a recent example during the COVID-19 pandemic context, in which, again, we had to immediately react to the situation, and European Union had recommendation for the member states, and not exemptions for the way that we can organize public acquisitions for the things that we need in the immediate situation as a response, and also not exemptions for the sources of finances which can validate those type of projects. And it's not only about the discussion that we have the needs on the table and some states have to have a step back in order to validate and to assume the real urgency of the situation and the top needed bottlenecks that have to be solved for the moment. Also, I think that the existing tools, and I'm discussing it right now as in terms of European, should I say, funding system, we are discussing about Connecting Europe facility. Again, this means that we have to prepare an application form. It means that we have to prepare a technical documentation. It means that we have to then afterwards create a technical project and then organize the public procedure for the constructor that will be selected in order to do that. So we have emergency requirements from the military segment that says you have to reorganize or you have to improve the capacity of that specific bridge or road or railway network by, I don't know, 2 weeks or 3 weeks in order to solve an emergency. And we cannot do that in terms of the lack of exceptions from the national and European legislation. So this is one thing that all the member states have to reevaluate and organize for this type of emergency context, war, pandemic, whatever. The second thing is that, of course, that especially the member states, and we can discuss in the case of Romania and Poland, had to react at that specific situation. We helped those citizens that were fleeing Ukraine. In our case, we had, I think, more than 3.2 million citizens that were fleeing, transiting actually Romania. Maybe more than 100,000 of them remained, but most of them went to the Western Europe. We had to organize, we had to use the existing corridor, mobility corridors, or to adapt to their need. And in those times of need, we did everything from the national budget. We did everything with the involvement of the civil society, which was a great reaction from the people that we are representing, because you mentioned that you want to have a political approach. And it was a validation of the situation as an emergency. I would like to point out the fact that, as already discussed with all the members of the panels, of course that we do not have to be dependent on only one mode of transport, and all the discussions are oriented towards efficiency, multimodal approach. But for example, the Port of Constanța, because we mentioned also the NATO alliance and the eastern flank as well, in the case of Port of Constanța, for example, the amount or the volume of freight that was transiting the ports increased by 37 times, if we are using as a reference the year 2021. So imagine the human resources, the procedures that have to be modified and adapted to it. In terms of quantities, we are discussing about, I think, 11.2 millions of tons of agricultural products that were transiting the port. We do have a competitive advantage. We can use also the connection with the Danube River. So we have the main port of Constanța, which was reorganized in terms of railway connection. I would like to state that from the mentioned 11.2 million tons of agricultural products that were transiting the port of Constanța, I think that 82% of them were transported using the railway system. So imagine what's happening on that side. We had to reorganize, as I mentioned before, the existing infrastructure. So we had to clear and I think we had 91 rail lines which were reorganized in order to assure waiting times, in order to reduce the congestion. So to organize that this total amount of volume that increased by night almost, had to be processed. It was clear for us that we cannot be depending only on Constanța port. Although it is a natural port oriented towards a cargo as a hub, towards a multimodal port, which gives you many competitive advantages. But we had to use also the other ports nearby towards the Danube River. I'm discussing about Galați. For example, at the port of Galați, we do have a broader gauge railway line, which we are using in connection with Moldova as well. Because please remember, Moldova is a victim of this context as well. And Moldova is also in need of heating oil, in need of coal, and everything that has to go through as a response to the situation in Ukraine. And I think that what we have to mention in all the discussion is that although we are presenting the volumes of freight which was transiting from Ukraine towards Romania, or Port of Constanța specifically, but please remember that it's not only about products that are coming from Ukraine. We have to organize for the products that have to go back to Ukraine. It's not an initial step for reconstruction, it's a step for survival. Because we have to reorganize, we have to keep up the resistance, and afterwards to create the development itself. So it is a huge challenge. Can we do it better? Yes. The first thing that we understood is that we have to better organize and use the existing infrastructure. Afterwards, it was clear that with small interventions, with small dedicated amounts from the national budget, we managed to eliminate different type of restrictions. So at this point, this is the level of the volume that we are dealing with, but we don't know where this conflict is going. So we still have to be prepared. And that's why I'm saying that a better cooperation in order to be able to have a backup for the modes of transport, a backup for each country which is a frontline state in this conflict, I think that has to be decided on the table. It's not enough just to say, okay, I'm stepping back, I'm giving you the eligibility for this type of investments. Also about the schedule, the time itself. If we are going to respect the rules which are normal for the European system, but adapted to the reality, are not going to work. An investment which has to go through a application form, the technical documentation, then to have a public acquisition procedure, it will take from 1 to 2 years. Then how are going to react? And this is the main challenge that we are pushing towards the European system, I would say per se, and also the members, I think that the 3C initiative as well, because we discussed it so far. We had a good collaboration with our partners for the Ministry of Transport in Poland as well. Minister Adamczyk is also supporting this type of approach. But I think that it needs to further push up the idea that we have to organize a more clear reaction with dedicated exemptions and source of financing.
Thank you for a very clear message of, again, not operating only at in the same rules as a peacetime at a moment where we are in this somewhat in-between time in our region. Let me turn to the audience for your comments and questions, preferably, actually. Who would like to start? There is some. Oh, perfect. There is a person here in the back, and the mic is coming, hopefully. Do we have a mic? You will project. Got it. Yes, please, let's do that, because I think we might spend otherwise.
Road which faces the potential enemy. And I wonder how, from this perspective, our military guests see the urgency and need of the concept of Rail Carpathia, which would span the eastern part of Poland to Romanian railway network. Thank you very much.
Great question. Let me start maybe with General Kowalik, then go to Todd.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned at the beginning, the different modes of transportation are important for us, and because we move equipment with two different means. So you mentioned the Rail Carpathia, but I also want to mention the Via Carpathia, which is also from the military perspective important. As I mentioned, the multi-corps operation requires allied forces and assets to be moved where the conflict takes place, where the threat takes place. So it is in our military best interest to actually have a very smooth transition from Southern Europe into the north as well, because the reinforcements would not only come from the west or southwest or through the ports, but they would also come, I would expect, from our southern allies. So yes, it is logical that a good rail connection from south to north would be in the benefit of a rapid potentially reinforcement of the troops.
Thank you. Todd?
Again, I'm not as familiar as the general is with that stretch of road, if you will, but I would say that if we're investing in that rail, it needs to have a single gauge, it needs to have that dual military capacity. If it's in going through mountain passes and tunnels, those tunnels have to be able to accommodate that dual military, dual use for military equipment that is, maybe tall. We're talking to a colleague here on one of the breaks who was talking about how in the U.S., for instance, when we move containers, we can double stack on our rail. I think that's something that's not commonly used in some of our rail due to limitations on infrastructure. So as you look at really maximizing return on your investment, and any investment you do is that you look at capacities. Not so much how many containers is the military going to need to move, how many heavy equipment are they going to move, but can you actually move the equipment that we will need with that infrastructure? So obviously, any capacity gives us more options for the strategy. As I mentioned, that the enemy gets a vote, and the weather as well. We may have to switch very quickly, and if we have southern routes that are built in the next few years with expanded capacity, then that's just going to give us that many more options to support our NATO allies.
Thank you. Minister.
Just a quick question on Rail Carpathia. In my understanding and strong belief, it's really needed for two simple reasons. First of all, if we want to develop the cargo flow, which is there from south to north and north to south, it's really needed. At the same time, if we want to increase the resilience of the European Union's transportation system, it's also the missing link which could increase the resilience and at the same time connect the existing corridors which we are already developing. So from Lithuania for the Baltic states, it would be really needed and essential because it will develop the transport corridor along the eastern side of the European Union.
Thank you. We have a question here in the third row.
Wiesław Nowak, Przegląd Gospodarczy. Ja chciałem zapytać...
Wiesław Nowak from Przegląd Gospodarczy magazine. I would like to ask how the military people see the bottleneck of Suwałki Strait, because there might be the express road and high-speed railway available there, but then we have the width of like 50 or 60 kilometers. So how would you see this in the context of the potential military operation? We're focusing on rail here, so let me also ask about the rail connection to Tallinn. I think it's the matter of 5 to 7 years before the tracks are constructed, considering the currently binding procedures. Right now we have the white rails, like the different gauge, but we have double tracks from Kaunas to Riga. So maybe there, at least one of the tracks could be changed to the European standard gauge. And then we would be able to move cargo, but also to move the army and the equipment further east. to get to Riga region,
Estonią.
to Estonia in general. So from the strategic point of view, this could be very important. We don't have time, just as Putin doesn't have time to create the great Russia. But you never know what crazy idea Putin may have, apart from Ukraine. So we should be ready. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do want to turn to both Todd and General Kowalik, but I wonder if you would like to, Minister, also comment maybe perhaps first, given the question about the Suwałki Gap is directly with our Lithuanian allies, and also the question about the rail to connection to Tallinn, and then I would first maybe turn to Todd, and then, but starting with you.
So, regarding the connectivity between Lithuania and Poland. So first of all, I'm really happy that we are developing not only the railway network, which will take some time, but at the same time Via Baltica. And we have quite a beautiful, I would say, new highway leading from the border of Lithuania and moving to Suwałki and further to Warsaw. So at the moment, there are a lot of construction works taking place at the moment in the case of Lithuania. And by the end of 2024, we will complete the highway, meaning that from Kaunas, middle of Lithuania, and from Vilnius, you will be able to reach Warsaw, because certain works will be concluded on the Polish side on the best quality highway. This will help. At the same time, we're working with our Polish colleagues how to create an alternative route in another cross-border point, and how to widen the road and so on. Besides that, there are certain also regional roads which we are at the moment designing, and they could also be used for military purposes. So we are there with roads, with railways. Regrettably, it takes more time. While waiting Rail Baltica, nevertheless, we are investing and planning to invest in certain infrastructure where we would increase the capacity there. Now, regarding Rail Baltica to the Latvian side, we are actually building it. We are building from Kaunas to Panevėžys. You see the city, it's actually on the map, it's closer to the Latvian border, and there will be a very, very small gap left to the Latvian border. Actually, in 2 years, we could have a European standard railway there. We won't have signaling systems, probably electricity, but it could be used. So for me, it's important, for Latvia to be moving also to Lithuanian border, that we would be able to connect. And regarding differences in railway gauges, so it's good that we already have European standard railway network really Lithuania. I saw myself Abrams tanks being reloaded. They could move quite quickly on different tracks and different, how it's called, different, railway equipment, and they could be moving further north. Of course, a lot needs to be done, but certain solutions are there. And by the way, tanks are also going quite well on our roads without breaking anything. I experienced myself.
Todd, maybe we turn to you, and I want to just, for both you and General Kowalik, there has been so much focus on the Suwałki Gap, but the other very important development, of course, right now is Sweden's and Finland's membership at NATO. So I want, if you can address that also from logistical point of view, to what extent it actually alleviates the pressure and on this, on this choke point to some extent. But yeah, over to you.
Thank you. So again, I guess I'll start with your question about Sweden and Finland, and then move into the specific gaps that exist right now on the rail networks as it relates to military movement. So with Sweden and Finland entering NATO, what that offers as a logistician at the strategic level, I've said several times in the conference that my job is to give my leadership, commanding generals, options with their strategies. And so we've been exercising with Finland and Sweden. The NATO forces have already, even before they were working to become members, and now we're able to expand that, and that allows other accesses into Northern Europe. And those are things that we plan on exercising in the next couple of years, actually, where we'll have to actually use not only rail, but we'll have to use the waterways as maneuver space to move forces from Sweden, Finland into the Northern Baltics. Now, on the gaps, when I heard the industrial partners talking about rail investment in the future, one of the things that wasn't discussed, and it goes back to always ask, what are the military requirements, is that there's no discussion about prioritization of those infrastructure investments. So we in the military, we're most likely not providing the funding for that. However, we may want to shape the priorities. And so on those specific gaps in those areas that the gentleman mentioned in his question, we, the military community, need to come through either at a NATO level and maybe through the EU military committees and help present potential political partners prioritization, so then they can help influence where that investment goes first, so that we can solve those gaps. And I think that's a technique we can use potentially as a prioritization approach.
Thank you. Tomasz.
Yes, thank you for the question, and I want to add just a few points to this. The Suwałki gap, we call it also Suwałki corridor, and we like to call it, so it's not a gap, it's actually our corridor to the Baltic states and vice versa, is the only land corridor, as you rightfully pointed out. But as we understand through Sweden's and Finland's pending enlargement, we are very much looking forward to it. It will be one operational area for the alliance then. There's several ways to skin a cat. So if this corridor for some reason temporarily is hampered or challenged, then we have those additional sea lines of communication, also air communication into our Baltic states, at least for a short time. But in the long term, this corridor needs to be open, and rest assured, it is a focal point for the military planners in order to protect it and guard it. We call it key terrain, really, and it has been said multiple times. If I may just add, also because Todd alluded to it, also the minister, on the funding and on the prioritization, I just want to add one more aspect to the common funding. Mr. Minister, you said that the European Union should be encouraged to fund more our critical infrastructure that is of dual use, that is of importance to the resilience, to enhancing the resilience. I can only echo this, and I think both institutions do it. The NATO alliance has decided at the Madrid summit to enlarge the common funding pie, if you wish, which is the NSIP, the NATO Security Investment Programs, to enlarge that amount of money for critically needed urgent, they call it urgent mission requirement statements. This is ongoing in the alliance, but also in the European Union, we have this fund, which is the CEF, right? The Connecting Europe facility, but indeed, it is a small portion. It's just 1.7 billion from what I understand, and it actually should be much larger. And I want to remind the audience that the alliance is responsible for defending the allies, Article 5, but the European Union has also a clause. It has the clause number
42.7.
42.7, exactly, which has a name. It is the mutual defense clause. So the European Union is well positioned to put also money on the table where the critical infrastructure lies.
Thank you very much. We are almost out of time, so I'm going to ask the very last question in a lightning round. If you wanted to leave us with one more thought that has not been presented, you don't have to take this opportunity, but if you would like to, I wanted to to turn to Mr. Michalewski first and come this way for a sort of a minute thought that you would like us to leave the panel with.
Okay, well, this time I will speak English. I think it's worth to remember that Port of Gdańsk is actually the largest port in the Baltic Sea in terms of throughput and also in terms of container movement. We are right now in the process of augmenting our container terminal. The largest investor is PSA of Singapore. Is the largest container operator in the world. We are right now very much involved in the dual mobility projects, and I would like to also address the issue of verifying on the European Commission level the limits regarding the military mobility on the ports that they have to meet before they apply for the funds, because I think they are a bit obsolete and not meeting the existing standards of the ports. So I think it's also worth to consider when planning a military operation to not only how to discharge, how to export, to let's say to send it into the country, but also to revise the number of bridges, railway bridges in the area.
Thank you very much. State Secretary, any last closing thoughts?
Thank you.
Briefly?
I think that I also wanted to mention before the project Rail to Sea, which is a flagship project during the platform of the 3C initiatives. And while the Via Carpathia was initiated by our Polish friends, Rail to Sea was an initiative that at that time was not supposed to be implemented in such a short period of time. So unfortunately, although we started the projects, at this point I think that we have allocated funds for almost 80% of the total value of these investments, but unfortunately the rate of the execution state is only 32% on the Romanian territory. And this is something that I wanted also to add, because the connection, the railway connection between the port of Gdansk and the port of Constanța was already established as a priority before the conflict in Ukraine. And the second thing is, although we are discussing about critical infrastructure, although we are discussing about the dual use in terms of civilian or military, I think that things remain the same. We are discussing about increased capacity, we are discussing about increased level of predictability for the transport logistic chain, and of course, reducing time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, Todd, unless you don't, perhaps then I will.
Just one example. Okay. We need an app for that. Okay. In the technology generation, let's get rid of the paper. I use the example, I can fly with my phone, use my ticket, check my bag, track where it's at. We need to use technology and be masters of data.
Much better than this 100 pieces of paper. Minister.
I fully trust our military and NATO. They know what needs to be done. They know the bottlenecks. And when it comes to military and civil purposes, dual use, this is the area where investments are the most efficient, and we just need to scale up it and do it faster.
Thank you. Thomas.
Just one more sentence on resilience. As an example, perhaps also for our partners from North and South. We have signed, the Polish military has signed an agreement between the Territorial Defense Forces and the Polish Rail in 2022 on enhancing the resilience, on training, on the military trains up the rail operators. It also learns how to ideally protect the critical infrastructure. That's one of the examples how the rail community interacts with our territorial defense forces. We also see it as one of the many elements that are enhancing our resilience in this region.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing very specific ideas, specific examples, but also giving us the urgency that, that we are facing and the answer that rail can provide to our security and defense needs. Please join me in thanking our excellent panelists.
Also, thank you to the moderator for hosting this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the moment we can now enjoy our lunch. The lunch is being served here in the foyer and also at the level 0 in the Challenger restaurant, if somebody would like to take this hour in a comfortable position. And we are meeting here 2:45 for the next panel discussion. Bon appetit. And gentlemen, welcome after the lunch break. If you can kindly take your seats, we'll be very grateful for that, especially for all those who haven't found their places yet. As we have a very special announcement regarding the recent the recent situation, and I would like to invite to the stage the press spokesman of CPK, Mr. Konrad Majszek.
Yes, before we start our next panel, our next discussion, I have one very sad announcement. Today, we receive tragic information concerning our Ukrainian partners, our Ukrainian friends. In a helicopter crash in Ukraine, among other victims, died Minister and Deputy Ministers of Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs. Therefore, I would like to ask you to stand for a minute of silence in their memory.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spokesman. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is about the HSR potential in reconstruction of Ukraine. The HSR is considered by the Ukrainian government to be an important part of the Ukrainian reconstruction effort and modernization of its railway network. This panel will focus on the possible contribution of HSR can bring both in terms of better transport integration with the EU as well as economic and social benefits for Ukraine. I would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the discussion, Mr. Mark Sadler, the program leader of Sustainable Development and Infrastructure for Europe at the World Bank. The stage is yours.
Hi, and welcome to the continuation after lunch. I hope our spirits can be raised by the lunch you all had. It's never easy taking in this gap. So if I might take the opportunity, therefore, to invite to the stage the other members of the panel, and in doing that, I'll introduce them. So Mr. Shemaev, the Director of the Office of International Projects from Ukrainian Railways. Mr. Popovsky, the Deputy Director General for DG NEAR from the European Commission. Mr. Zgorzelski, who is the member of the Managing Board of PKP. And last, but certainly not least, the main sponsor of our event, Mr. Weil, the CEO of CPK. So to start us off, I believe, Mr. Shemaev, you have a presentation for us, and then what we'll do is we'll ask a couple of rounds of questions of the panelists, and while we're doing that, if you could be thinking of any questions that you all might have, because at the end we can pose some questions to our panelists. So, Mr. Shemaev, would you like to lead us off?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for having us today at this very important and insightful event. I want to be honest with you today. Even though the topic of this panel is about the high-speed rail development in Ukraine and its perspectives, however, the priority number one for us today is, of course, to survive, to provide services to every passenger, for cargo transportation, and for better connectivity with the European Union and Moldova, our friends and neighbors, especially with Poland. in my short presentation, I will touch upon several aspects of our activity during 2022. Today is the day 329 days passed from the beginning of the war. So, can I, if I can have my presentation? Okay. Just couple of day 329. We stand and continue providing services, like our CEO says. We keep running. We keep railways running on schedule. Last year, we evacuated more than 4 million people from the hotspots, from the eastern Ukraine, from the south of Ukraine, and from Kyiv as well. We transported with the help of our Western partners, including PKP, Group PKP, and other partners. We created an LHS in particular. We created the humanitarian corridor by rail to supply humanitarian cargo. We completely reshuffled the logistics of the diesel and for our own use and for general population and businesses. And we increased the export of cargo through the western border almost twice as much. So, despite the war and all the terrible situation that is going on right now due to Russian invasion, we still managed to do some repairs and development. As you might know, we established new connectivity from Rava-Ruska to Grebene. It's the connection, the border crossing point with Poland. We restored the abandoned line with Moldova. It's called Berezino-Bessarabyaska, which allows to import and export cargos from Odessa region to Moldova and Romania as well. And just yesterday, for example, we launched our service from Rakhiv to Berlibash and further to Valea Veselui. This is a new connection with Romania, which again was abandoned for almost 17 years. So our priority number one on the development side is to support and develop connectivity with the Western countries, and to get ready for the proliferation of the standard gauge 1435 throughout Ukraine. There are several projects that already completed, like for example the rehabilitation of the line from Yagodin to Matseyev. This is the section on the Yagodin Kovel line with Dorogusk. And there are several projects in the pipeline as well. So what we're going to do this year, again, a lot of operational work, the capital expenditures to support all aspects of the integrated railway company, which we still are, as opposed to major European undertakings. We still manage infrastructure and provide both cargo and passenger services. So we will be keeping on the go our locomotives, the passenger cars and rail cars. We will do more restoration of the border crossing points, and today is January 18th, the last day for applications under the CEF program, under the Solidarity Lanes initiative. So we are applying with 3 projects with our colleagues from PLK in Poland, with our colleagues from CFR on the Romanian and Ukrainian border, and there is one trilateral application with the colleagues from Slovakia and Hungary on the border crossing point Chop Zahon and Cherna na Tiso. Regarding the high-speed rail, this is an interesting one, and we are fully amazed how Poland and Eastern European countries are lifting this idea and actually not only talking but already developing standards, developing feasibility studies. Last year we were approached by Koreans, the company called, or the agency called Koika. We are developing right now the draft terms of reference for the project that would connect Kyiv with the western border, and the feasibility study should answer which way it should take, either through Kovel to Dorohusk and then further to Warsaw to connect two capitals with the high-speed line, or maybe through Lviv, which is the kind of the point of the destination where a lot of like cultural events and just historical places, that people can visit. And so basically, my personal view is that we should follow the gravity theory, that the high-speed line or any like new construction should take place when the both origin and destinations are the highly populated cities, and that will create a larger impact for both counterparts in Ukraine and outside. So this is the project number one. Then we also think about the project with the Polish company CPK regarding the corridor from Lviv again to Warsaw through Rawa-Ruska and Lublin. That could be an interesting one too, because of two large cities and a lot of natural, historical, trade, and all kinds of matters, types of partnership. As I mentioned, we did apply for the CEF projects, but we also taken an opportunity to participate in the European Union cross-border program for Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine. Luckily, Belarus is not participating at this stage, so we can concentrate on our cross-border projects with Poland. And here we suggest to prepare the full cycle of feasibility study from Lviv to Rawa-Ruska to establish either dual gauge system, like combined track 1520 and 1435, or just the standard gauge line, and provide and prepare the feasibility studies for the intermodal terminals in both Kovel and Sknyli, which is the part of Lviv city. Besides our partners in neighboring countries and the European Union, which provide immense support in all kinds of in all forms, we also cooperate with the international finance institutions. Last year, we did reprofiled the infrastructure loan with the EBRD to support the liquidity of the company, to finance the diesel consumption, diesel supply, and all kinds of stuff. And we are working closely with the European Investment Bank to reprofile again the second part of that infrastructure loan to support the urgent capital expenditures to keep the company on the go. So it's about to be finalized very soon. And I'm very happy that today at the panel we have a moderator from the World Bank, as we are very close this year to have a first ever the project with the World Bank that will support, at least at the first stage, some intermodal operations by producing or acquiring the flatbeds to support the fleet, because they are universal. We can export grain in containers on the flatbeds, and we can import, for example, humanitarian aid in containers. So they're kind of dual use wagons. And of course, some support to bridge restoration. More than 50 bridges, railway bridges, were destroyed fully or partially. And to address that, we can use either modular bridges, which is, again, very new to Ukraine. And we are here working not only with the World Bank, but with a network rail from the UK. And some steel parts. They would also benefit the quick restoration of the railway connectivity. So I think I will stop here. Again, I would like to thank all the panelists and the organizers and all the visitors of today's event. And I just want to let you know that until we receive the moral support, financial support, technical support, just at least a good word from the civilized world, we will keep fighting and resisting, and jointly we will prevail. Thank you.
So huge thanks for that. I think that's given us a great overview. And at the beginning, and thank you for your honesty and directness. I mean, clearly, high-speed rail is not the today's priority in Ukraine. But if I can ask you just to look forwards a little bit, because obviously high-speed rail is going to be important when we already start thinking of those better days in terms of the reconstruction. What do you see as being the biggest barriers to developing HSR? And what is it that you think that international partners need to be focusing on now to support you in that forward thinking?
Well, actually, we introduced the service of intercity trains back in 2012, when Poland and Ukraine together hosted the European Football Championship. And I think since that time, Ukrainian citizens actually love that service. We got 10 Korean trains and 2 Škodas and some Ukrainian-made cars, and their population is like 80–90%, sometimes even 95%. So I think people in Ukraine would love having the HSR service. However, what kind of challenges we face now? First is the speed limit. So currently our service provides only 160. On the wide gauge track 1520, with a good quality of track, we can potentially increase it to 200. But for the standard gauge track, I think we need to develop and introduce the technical standards for that, up to 200 or up to 250. So technical standards. The second one is what widths we should use now. It's especially important now, either the standard one or the wide. Most likely it should be wide. Excuse me. Most likely it should be the European UAC gauge. But to start this kind of services, we would also need the rolling stock, which is also an issue, and those cars are not cheap. At least 25 million euros per unit. Then we need to learn from Poland and from other neighboring countries, and like Rail Baltica is a very good example. How we allocate land, how we use the existing tracks. Because the land issue is always a tricky one. And I think these three are the biggest challenges right now.
Thanks. That also reflects some of our questions to the other panelists later on. So I'm hoping we'll get answers to some of your questions. But if we now turn to Mr. Popovsky, do you think the development of the Ukrainian high-speed rail and connecting it with EU rail network should be given particular attention during Ukraine's reconstruction and accession talks? There's obviously a lot to talk about. I guess we're really wondering at how and where this fits in to those discussions. And in relation to that, what sort of support can the EU offer in achieving this?
Right. Thank you very much. Before I come to the main question, and let me give you a bit of a bigger picture. Probably, I mean, I'm the only one on the panel who doesn't know much about railway, but it has become very clear, I think, to everyone, not only in Poland but in everywhere in Europe, how dependent Ukraine was and is on railways. And railways, the whole system has been a lifeline for the famous Ukrainian resilience. I witnessed it myself. I accompanied the President of the European Commission to Kiev 3 times. So we took a night train from Przemysl to Kiev, and it worked perfectly well. And I think you yourself, the Ukrainian railway, you describe yourself as an actor in railway diplomacy when you see how many VIPs, leaders, public personalities go to Kiev by train. But that's only the sort of the more visible side. But of course, we have seen many developments since last February, and you gave given some examples already. We spotted that as a cornerstone of our support. First, the first objective was to provide emergency support. We also gave some very quick emergency support to the Ukrainian railways. It was about 7 million euros, but that was done sometime in March. Then it was the repurposing of the existing loans that you mentioned, the one with the European Investment Bank, again, quite significant, 100 million euro. I remember that very well because I had to sign the guarantee for that. But it was very quick, and then came the solidarity lanes, and this is really a success story of both Ukraine and ourselves, the European Union and its member states, because it has worked. We managed to provide connections, not only rail connections, but also road and waterway connections with Ukraine, that generated about 20 billion euro in income, in revenue. And this is really important, because we must not forget that the main objective now is to keep the government afloat so that the country can continue functioning. It has continued wonderfully well throughout the period, but it requires constant support. We are going to do that. By the way, today we have already disbursed the first tranche of 3 billion euro out of 18 billion euro in the so-called microfinancial assistance, which is a very concessional loan that will run until 2035. Will run for 35 years with interest rate subsidies provided by the EU member states. So any revenue, whether it's from selling grain or fertilizers or any other product, is really crucial for the future of the country. And so now I'm coming to the bigger picture of the reconstruction. I mean, you may ask the question, how can we discuss about reconstruction while the war is still ongoing? But the Ukrainians don't have the time to wait. And actually, the reconstruction is happening already now. You mentioned some small repairs, small or bigger repairs of the network. We are already supporting that, but there is more to come. So it's important not to draw a line between, let's say, emergency support and the bigger reconstruction, because we cannot be very specific about the big infrastructure projects on the future, like, for instance, the high-speed train. But the time will come that we'll get there. We have to create the conditions and identify sources of funding. We are not starting from scratch. The extension or the adaptation of the TNT was mentioned, and of course, indeed, the bidding for the Connecting Europe facilities ends today. So I hope that will also produce some additional projects for connectivity with Ukraine. We are now launching the so-called Ukraine Reconstruction Platform, which will be a bigger international coordination forum led by the G7 countries with other like-minded, like Norway, Switzerland, and South Korea. The European Commission, together with the Ukrainian government, will provide the secretariat of the platform, so it will be the engine room of the whole process. And we need it exactly to plan well in advance. We have seen the Ukrainian reconstruction plan that was presented at the big conference in Lugano in Switzerland in July. Prime Minister Šmyhal was there personally. We have the first ever initial needs assessment by the World Bank, but it's actually being overtaken by events every day. So the 350 billion was identified as an initial amount that is needed to reconstruct. But we need to translate it into operational action. So to identify projects of priority and also a sequence of sequencing of the projects and the sources of funding. I mentioned our 18 billion, but this is just direct support to the government in 2023. Anything that goes beyond 2023, we still need to come up with. So one of the key priorities for us, the European Commission this year, will be to present a stable, valuable proposal for Ukraine reconstruction facility. Probably a mix of grants and loans, or loans and grants, but something that would give you space also to plan different activities and then to decide. It will not be us who will decide whether high-speed train is a priority or not. It's for the Ukrainian government to do that, or the authorities also at the regional level, but we'll stand ready to support that.
Thanks. Thanks very much for that. So moving on then to Mrs. Zgorzelski, what does PKP's involvement look like when it comes to supporting Ukrainian railways in day-to-day operations, and also possible modernization and reconstruction of the railway infrastructure in the future? Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this event. I hope the fact that I'm speaking my native tongue will not be a barrier to our communications. I'd like to congratulate our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways who have faced an enormous challenge and have responded with flexibility to the urgency of the moment. In my mind, the Ukrainian colleagues deserve all the credit. We look up to you and we are very happy, very proud to know that you're dealing with the difficulties with such boldness. Now, PKP, from the first day of the war, we have been actively involved in supporting the Ukrainian nation, our neighborly state. To share some facts and to give you an idea of the scale of our engagement, between the 24th of February and the 30th of June, PKP Intercity provided free of charge services to 2.3 million refugees. More than 2 million refugees from Ukraine found safe haven within our railway stations before they could be moved to their destinations. This is a big number, and railway stations at Przemyśl, Kraków, Warsaw, both the central and the east station, Wrocław, all these stations became points of first contact to our friends and neighbors, a gateway to a free world and to a safe future. Some other numbers to illustrate the scale of our engagement. One of our subsidiaries, PKP Linia Hutniczo-Szerokotorowa, which used to focus its activities on mass or bulk cargo, in 2021 they transported 34,000 tons of cereals. There were some issues relating to port blockades, but in 2022 they transported more than 1.4 million tons of cereals, which represents an increase, a massive increase, and demonstrate the scale of engagement faced with the current issues. The Polish State Railways, PKP, and its subsidiary CNS Natur, which is a training services provider and a hotel operator, they provided shelter to refugees arriving from Ukraine in Poland. They offered them shelter and assistance. Now, transporting the wounded, transports for humanitarian aid workers, these activities started from the first day of the war, as we have supported our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways. And PKP and our subsidiaries, including PKP Intercity, PKP Cargo, PKP Linia Hutnicza Szerokotorowa, we have all been in day-to-day communication with Ukrainian colleagues. We have hosted our Ukrainian colleagues at our stand at the Berlin InnoTrans Railway Fair, and we have made joint commitments, issued joint declarations to continue developing our mutual cooperation. So the activities we have been engaged in, the activities we are planning to launch are closely linked to our efforts and discussions that are ongoing, involving PKP managers and representatives of the Ukrainian railways, the top officers and public officials. If I may raise another point in the context of the development of high-speed rail. It was 100 years ago, when Poland regained its independence after the times of partitionings in the First World War, that the political and military decision-makers, including the military command of the Polish armed forces back in 1920, had a deep understanding of the need to develop a good, efficient railway connections between the reborn Poland and the Balkan countries and the Baltic states alike. These actions were quickly put into practice. Our diplomats worked to initiate railway connections. Another important geopolitical project is the Three Seas initiative. It's important to Ukraine, and Ukraine is important to that initiative. We are trying to shake off the post-Soviet dependence after decades of a unipolar world where the railway connections were all along the east-west axis across the Soviet bloc all the way to East Berlin. But now, as we all know, as I like to say, as we have witnessed during the war in Ukraine, we are not only talking about commuters, people going to see their families, not only about cargo transports, ensuring food supplies, but it's also about critical security of the state, national defense, national security along the eastern flank of the NATO. And this is why I'm so happy to know that the strategic project CPK, we have the CEO here with us, is working to create railway connections, including an HSR network, because to spur further economic development of Central and Eastern Europe, to ensure its security. Projects like this are instrumental. We need to develop a network of railway lines, HSR connections, to ensure connectivity in the countries of the region. We have heard some numbers about new connections, and I'm very happy to know from the European Commission that they are working to upgrade the TEN-T network, including Poland, We have supported those efforts and participated in the drafting of the strategy as we understand the importance of these efforts.
Zapewnić te wszystkie rzeczy, o których
Now, to make all this happen,
to musimy niewątpliwie pochylić się nad tym wspólnie.
We have to work together. We have to consider new connections, such as the Mościska-Lviv-Shucawa line or Mościska-Lviv-Odessa line. We have to ensure good connectivity in the region, not only to ensure further economic growth, food security, transports of cargo and passengers, but also to safeguard the security of the region. I think this is a fundamental challenge that we face. And it doesn't make sense to make any further promises. We know that PKP is supporting the Ukrainian railways in all ways we can. We have been providing assistance best we can with due respect for the independence and agency of the Ukrainian railways, rebuilding the railway infrastructure, lines and bridges. And we are very attentive to the current needs. We are trying to address them. We are working in our offices with our expert staff of specialists to develop new solutions. And I think we will be addressing the needs to the extent we can within the best of our capability as PKP, as we have since February 24th, 2022, as we've been addressing the needs of Ukraine and our region to protect our security in the region and in the EU.
Dziękuję.
Thanks very much. And in part of your answer there, you were actually referring to the role of CPK. So then I turn to you, Mr. Wild. Given the strategic location of Poland and linking this to the beginning of the conference, where we were talking about the 3 Cs, and as Ukraine is obviously the closest neighbor, how do you see the role of CPK in reconstructing and modernizing the Ukrainian railway network and this dynamic connection with the EU and the rail system?
Thank you for that question. First of all, let me a little bit explain and justify why, in my opinion, it's crucial to speak about the HSR potential in reconstruction of the Ukraine, even though it may sound a little bit abstract to you, that during the war we speak about the future which may seem distant to you. We do it because we deeply believe in the Ukrainian victory. The Ukraine just has to win, and not only has to win, has to beat the aggressor to the ground. So that's the general assumption we do in our all relation to the Ukrainian railways and Ukraine as such. So from the point of view of CPK, so today's celebration, when we will sign a memorandum of understanding with the Ukrainian railway concerning the development of high-speed railway lines towards through Lviv towards Kiev, it is crucial to underline that has quite different dimension than 2 previous agreements we signed before lunch. Why is it so? Because the connection between the member states of European Union creating the synchronizing the offer, coordination of the efforts is something which has to be done. All projects are pretty advanced, and our goal and our mission is to coordinate our efforts in order to provide comprehensive offer to the final passenger. With the Ukraine, we are starting the journey to establishing the new connection. We, as I said before, we deeply believe the Ukraine will win, and will definitely win, and will make all terrains occupied by the aggression free. And so there is natural question: what will come after that? And should we invest? Should we provide the new connection to the Ukraine? Should we leave it for the future, leave it to spontaneous bottom-up initiatives, or should we think from the top to down, in the most vertical way, but from the general approach, general strategic approach, to the concrete initiatives? As CPK, we are able to deal with the challenge of traffic forecasting. We are able to deal with all challenges which are connected with delivering the new undertakings, with delivery of the infrastructure according to EU regulations, and we are able to extend the network to capital city of the Ukraine. And according to these general assumptions, seems obvious to us that we have to cooperate. We have to cooperate because it provides mutual benefits for us, because we have one partner more in the alliance. With the alliance we have since today with Rail Baltica, with Sprawa Żeleznic, and with other European partners. For the Ukraine, because it has guarantee that the infrastructure will be provided according to the European standards, and it will be the tool to integrate Ukraine with the European organisms. And I think that's so not like it was in the previous memorandum of understanding, when our role is to coordinate the efforts. We perceive our role to be much more as a facilitator of the decision which will be taken by the Ukrainian side. Because why? Because we deeply believe that this partnership will be efficient and profitable, not only for to the Ukraine and Poland, but to the Europe itself. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And you mentioned the MOU, so more to come on that later at the end of this panel. But I'm just being aware of time, and I just wondered if there are any questions that are out there in the audience at this stage. If not, then there's a lot more questions for grilling our panel here to answer Mr. Shamaev's questions. But were there any burning questions from the audience at all? If you put your hand up. Okay, not burning questions at the moment. So that's actually good, because at the moment the flow of information is clearly going from the panel and it's all being soaked up. So that's fantastic news. Sort of building on this issue of you know, when you're in the heart, you're in the heart of a crisis, it's very difficult to think of the future. Mr. Popovsky mentioned then that he's the only one on the panel who doesn't know about rail. I come from a maritime background, so I'm not a rail guy either. But in the maritime world, you know, the thing that you always say is in the eye of the storm, you have to keep your focus on the horizon. Because no matter what happens after the storm, the horizon is where you need to end up. So when we think about this sort of longer term view, and I want to come back to you there, Mr. Popovsky, JASPERS is currently carrying out this pre-feasibility study on a new railway corridors connecting the EU, Ukraine, and Moldova. And in light of all the disruption of supply chains and Black Sea blockades, etc., that we saw during the first months of the Russian invasion, how do you see the role of rail for the EU-Ukraine post-war connectivity and the wider Ukraine-EU integration process?
Well, yes, of course, because it has proven its worth, in particular now during the war. But what's really important is that, indeed, to keep the focus. I mean, you said on the horizon, which in Ukraine's case is accession to the European Union. Ukraine became a candidate country in June. It still has to go through a long process. We don't know exactly how long it's going to take. We formulated a number of steps to be taken, and the work continues. But the underlying assumption is that in the process of reconstruction, we are not going just to rebuild Ukraine. We are going to build Ukraine member of the European Union, meaning applying all standards, regulations, technical standards, and others, because it needs to be done anyway. So actually, this reconstruction is a challenge, but also an opportunity. So then you spoke about the gauge. It's for you to decide which one you're going to go for, but it's a choice to be made now, actually. And it can happen fairly quickly if the circumstances are right. I will give you an example that has that has a little to do with the railways, and that's the electricity grid. At the beginning of the war, in March, April, the whole energy infrastructure came under pressure because of the Russian attacks, and it's getting much worse now. But what we managed to do jointly with Ukraine and Moldova, with the EU, was to switch the whole electricity grid from the Soviet system to the European network. It was done at record speed, and it has worked very well. I'm not saying that we are going to do everything at record speed, but that's not the point. The direction of travel really matters. So this keeping our eye on the horizon, which is the accession to the European Union. So there will be a lot of space, of course, for railways and for infrastructure in general as we go along.
Thanks very much for that. Mr. Zgorzelski, I'm sort of building, I think, a little bit on that. Where do you see the greatest potential for Poland's involvement in helping Ukraine in its infrastructure rebuilding and modernization?
Szanowni Państwo, jakby sprawa tu jest...
Ladies and gentlemen, well, the answer is pretty obvious because our geographical location defines our role in these processes, not only economic cooperation, but also future participation in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Well, of course, right now we have the state of war, and definitely the decision makers focus more on other matters. But I do agree with what CEO Wild has said. This is a difficult time, but already today we should sit down and talk at different levels. At the governmental level, you know, discussions should be conducted between companies. We like CPK or PKP, SA, are willing to talk to Ukrainian partners. I think a lot of things should be discussed at, well, levels different than during a panel discussion at a conference. I mean, this conference is important, of course, but
wystąpienia
maybe not the right place to discuss the details of cooperation.
i pewnie w przyszłości, że i to jest też ten element
But let me say, and this is also one element of the reconstruction and further growth of the region,
dobre skomunikowanie
what is of fundamental importance is good
kolejowym, ale
connectivity
lotniczym i morskim.
of the Central and Eastern Europe. Not only in terms of the rail connections, but also road connections, air connections, etc. And there is no doubt as to the fact that such decisions have to be made at the government level. I mean, GDP is an important element for a country, for Poland also. And I'm sure that there will be discussions between the presidents or the governments of both countries. And I think that this would be the right level to define and to confirm certain directions of cooperation in the process of reconstruction and development. We are a company, so it is not up to us to decide of the elements of the state policy. We can only implement what's been decided by the governments. We, as a commercial company, also conduct talks. There have been certain suggestions made by the representative of the Ukrainian rail to restore certain connections. I'm not going to mention the names here. I'm not authorized to mention the names publicly. But of course, we are discussing these matters, taking into account the real possibilities of restoring certain connections or border crossings or railway stations. Also considering like the EU legislation, for example, the technical possibilities, EU regulations, rolling stock related issues, etc. And well, once the actions are planned fully and are about to be implemented, we will provide you with the relevant information. But definitely, we should talk. And let me go back to the first sentence of the second part of my intervention. Yes, the geographical location definitely makes us the key entity, or the country that should be responsible for the cooperation. We used to have a joint political space with Ukraine in the history, and we now understand that the close cooperation is very important. I trust that the commitment from the Polish state and from PKP also will be well understood by Ukraine. Of course, we will take care of the day-to-day interest, current interest, but also future interests. I mean, you should not brag about helping your friend in need. As the saying goes, the friend in need is the friend indeed. But what is very important is openness to cooperation, loyalty, but also fairness in this cooperation. But I hope that our Ukrainian colleagues should not have any doubt as to our fairness and readiness to be involved in the process of reconstruction of joint economic and geopolitical space. We also support Ukraine in its accession to the European Union, but also bearing in mind the Three Seas initiative. Because I do respect the EU arrangements, but I believe that the economic and geopolitical and defense potential of the Central and Eastern Europe has not been fully used yet. And we should be discussing what should be done in order to build solutions after crushing the Russian aggressor, how to build solutions that will make life easier for the citizens, like, Warsaw-Tallinn connections or connections between Warsaw and Budapest or Kiev-Warsaw, whatever. This will make life easier for ordinary citizens and for entrepreneurs. And this should be discussed. Solutions need to be designed and consistently implemented. I mean, building of regular gauge or standard gauge rail lines in Ukraine sounds great, but this means years of work and huge amounts of money. And this needs to be discussed in a serious manner, not just give declarations. And we are ready to participate in the implementation and undoubtedly, together with our friends from Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, we will be able to participate in such projects.
Thanks very much. I mean, you managed very succinctly to bring the current situation and the horizon very well together there. But I guess that the real test, Mr. Shemaev, is really what are your takeaways from what you've heard today? As we said, this panel is very much about Ukraine and yourselves, and how can we all collectively and individually help support you. I wondered, are there any particular takeaways that you had from what we've been discussing? And also, a lot of the other countries have already put in high-speed rail. A lot of lessons have been learned. And what of any of those lessons do you particularly reflect upon when you think about the development of high-speed rail in Ukraine?
My primary takeaway from this discussion is that we, not only those who sit at the panel, we demonstrate unity in not only words but actions, and sometimes even silent actions, who no one actually sees, but this helps Ukraine to stand against the aggressor. And you see with the counter-offensive activities by Ukrainian army that there is a huge potential for Ukraine to win, and we just need to work on it every day, every Saturday and Sunday, and even during the holidays. And this gives us incentive to not only perform like operational activities, but also think of the future, and to think of the post-war reconstruction and development. If we would talk about HSR today, I think it would be very wise to prepare the concepts, the feasibility studies, to align the interest in and the plans with the partners beyond the border of Ukraine, with Poland, with other EU member states, how it is going to be developed. From the lessons of other countries which were successful or not with the HSR, I think we, as Ukraine and EU member states bordering Ukraine and partnering on those projects, we need to look at the feasibility and the economy of these projects. We don't want to build loss-making infrastructure, so it has to be very clearly justified. The traffic forecasts, the forecast for cargos, because in Ukraine, honestly, we provide passenger services as the governmental service. We do not make money on passenger service. The cargo guys are those who actually bring $1 or euro to support the infrastructure and support the passenger development, passenger developments, including the procurement of the passenger rail cars. So what we would advise to ourselves is to look more on the also on the cargo side, whether these lines can be also utilized by the cargo shippers, not only just the passenger. And if it's a purely passenger line, then, as I said, it should take into account the population at the destination, at the origin, and along the way, and the income of that population that is going to be using this this line.
Great. Thanks very much. Now, before I ask Mr. Veal to talk to us about the MOU, just 1 second. Let's just make sure that we give people the opportunity. It's a very quiet audience today, so we couple. So is that okay, Mr. Veal? We just take a couple of questions first. I think that there's a gentleman here in the second row.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Miroslav Haltov. I am the acting chairman of the Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking States Representatives Group. And I have the question because the HSR system needs to be interoperable. And development of HSR is the long-term project. It's not next week or next year to be ready. But interoperability can come earlier. And what about to help Ukraine to learn using the interoperability in other modes or other parts of rail system, especially, for instance, in digitalization, in freight transport, in normal passenger transport between the EU countries and Ukraine, when applying the technical specification for interoperability, which is already developed and implemented in many European countries, EU countries. There is also a part of help Ukraine to implement that and facilitate the freight transport between Ukraine and Europe, and also make it more faster, because if we have the legal framework on the same level, we can transport make more feasible, more smoothly, and more faster. That is also applied to intermodal transport. So my question is, if the member states in 3 Seas region and also Ukrainian railways are ready to talk about that and prepare as soon as possible a good decision. Thank you.
Anyone particular?
Bardzo dziękuję za to pytanie.
Thank you very much for this question, which fits in well with my philosophy, because after all, we at PKP, we are working on the development of intermodal transport. We have completed an analysis of the locations of future terminals, taking into account the expected development of cooperation with our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways. We are also working on digitization, as we consider that to be of fundamental importance. The projects in this regard include the National Logistic Operator Project, which is a kind of exchange, matching dispatchers with transporters, without going into much detail. Just to address your question, yes, we are active and willing to talk to our Ukrainian colleagues from the Ukrainian railways about our mutual concepts, plans and analyses. And I thank you so much for your intervention, for raising an important issue. We cannot merely talk about intentions and philosophies. You mentioned the number of passengers, the volume of cargo, profitability, business case. This is how we should talk about it. We cannot limit ourselves to being guided by heart and emotions. In addition to emotions, we need to have good reason, and I think we have common sense to be guided by reason, and this is why PKP has developed a number of products and is working to digitize our cargo transport to make it more efficient and more productive. We are going to build a network of terminals for intermodal transport, including Ukraine in those chains. This is self-explanatory, and we are happy to share our standards and good practice and ideas with our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways to discuss them and to consider your reflections. And let me stress once again, let me reiterate, modesty is a good quality, and I try to represent it as much as I can. Our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways are excellent at their jobs. The quality of the service, the passenger transport, the reactivity, response time to catastrophic events such as railway trucks being bombed, being shelled. This is instrumental. We are not going to preach to the converted, but we are happy to share our experience. I am at your full disposal. At PKP and our group, I am responsible for strategy and for logistics, two important legs which are crucial to planning and implementation of solutions. So I'm happy to declare our full readiness to discuss our ideas of how to develop a network of intermodal terminals in the context of the needs of our eastern neighbors in Ukraine and our colleagues from the Ukrainian railways.
Just a small remark. Even though my colleague is trying to be like calm and straight to the point, I still can feel the warmth of your heart and every word of your speech. There is a European Railway Agency, you know, the entity that actually is specialized on the interoperability of the railway systems within the European Union. And we have just recently started cooperation with this entity as well. And I believe with their input, with their support, and of course with the neighboring countries, we will get our systems synchronized and interoperable. And of course, we also do share the value of intermodal transportation. Containerization is the boom in the maritime industry, and is getting there in the railway industry. Therefore, a lot of new terminals are being set up in Hungary, in Poland, and in Ukraine as well. And hopefully the share of the containers transported via rail will be constantly growing.
So I am aware of time, Dominic. I'm not sure if we've got time for one more question, or do you want to? Okay, one last question. Mr. Wild, your time is coming.
Dzień dobry. Maciej Kębowski, spółka PKP Polskie Linie.
Maciej Karwowski, PKP Linie Kolejowe SA.
Mówimy tutaj dzisiaj.
We've been discussing the topic of CPK, but our guest from Ukraine, Mr. Shemaev, has said that high-speed rail in Ukraine with European standard gauge is not yet under consideration. But I have a question to Mr. Zgorzelski of PKP. What about SUV 2000, the switching system, the universal switching system? 3 years ago, there was some talk of PKP having acquired a license for this switching system. That's one point. And my second point, I know of an idea that circulated at some point to have a wide gauge line from Slovakia through Hungary. I think that was a concept under consideration at some point. Is it still on the table?
Bardzo krótko, jeśli chodzi.
Very briefly on your second question.
To nic nie jest mi wiadome.
I am not aware of this idea, whoever came up with it, but we can discuss it later. I will try to investigate. Now, on your first point,
to w tym obszarze mogę powiedzieć tak, że prace trwają.
We are working on it. PKP has completed a technical file and mobilized a project team of experts. So, in a nutshell, and I have to be careful here, we are working on it. I mean, PKP, Intercity PKP Cargo and PKP, we are working on the SUV and the Pole SUV system, which is going to be an enriched variant of this solution. I don't want to say much more because the final decisions, business decisions, are still ahead of us. They will be taken by the proper authorities in due time. But we are working on it. We are running an analysis, including a macroeconomic analysis, a feasibility study of this solution along the lines mentioned by Mr. Shemaev.
Yeah, just a couple of words to your in response to your question. For the second part, regarding the wide gauge from Ukraine through Slovakia to Vienna, I believe that project is called Breisport, and to my understanding is that the parties, the founding partners to that project, recently decided to basically to shut it down. So no more plans to bring wide gauge to Austria. And regarding the first, yes, we even have at Mastyska, if I'm not mistaken, there is a SUV 2000 system. But for the future, I think for the especially for the high-speed rail and for the new standard gauge lines, we are thinking of actually building the standard gauge, not the wide one. And we had a discussion with not we, but Ukrainian business and Ukrainian government had discussion with the Polish partners regarding the wide gauge to Gdańsk, and the answer was probably not, because of security issues, because of TEN-T guidelines and all this stuff. So let's just maybe follow the proliferation of the standard gauge, maybe not instantly. We've got in Ukraine 20,000 kilometers of gauge, so the network is huge and it cannot be replaced instantly, but gradually, starting from the western border, gradually towards Lviv, Kovel, Chop, Uzhgorod, and further to Kyiv and hopefully to Mariupol, Kharkiv and Donetsk.
Okay.
If I may, SUV is actually in place and it can be easily re-established. We'll see whether it works, but this is just to follow up on what you said. It can be easily reintroduced.
Internal debates. I'm sorry, we did spark off some other questions, but unfortunately we don't actually have time for them. So please feel free to jump on any of the panelists with your burning questions after this session. Well, preferably don't jump on them, obviously. I don't think they're ready for that. So, Mr. Wild, I think we really are over to you. Today, you'll sign an MOU on cooperation between CPK and Ukrainian Railways. It marks the start of a formalized cooperation between the two companies. Could you walk us through the main elements of the document and take it away?
So, like I mentioned at the beginning of the session, I think it's might be a quite historical moment in our relation, because we not only formalize the cooperation between our two entities, but also start working together in in bringing on the new project between Warsaw, Lviv, and Kiev. What is here was interoperability mentioned, and to long story short, I think of course it's a key. It's a key milestone, and we working together, we are able to reach the better results in that than even among some European states, I would put it that way. And of course, the direction is the direction of the cooperation and mutual understanding for both sides. I don't want to speak in the name of Volodymyr, but I think that we want to integrate our engagement. We want to share our technical standards, everything from our know-how gathered during the execution of the CPK program with our Ukrainian colleagues. And the most efficient way from Ukraine to the Europe goes through Poland, and the most efficient way in establishing the new connection between, also railway connection between Ukraine and Europe goes through CPK, and this is how we perceive a role in that, and this memorandum of understanding is the signage of that.
Now, I guess that you're planning to actually sign the MOU, right? Dominic?
If you are ready with the end of your discussion, we are more than ready to sign the
I
memorandum.
think it would be a great idea before the various people with questions start diving on the panelists. I think it would be a great opportunity.
However, it requires from us some arrangements on the stage.
A little bit of change.
Yeah.
So thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to the audience. Lots of questions for later, if not over dinner. Thanks very much, and we'll let you get on with your MOU.
Thank you very much for hosting this panel. Thank you to the moderator. And now, as has been said, we are starting with the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding, and this document will be signed by Mikołaj Wild, CEO of Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, Volodymyr Szemajew, Director of Office for International Projects, Ukrainian Railways, and I would also like to invite to the stage Mr. Marcin Horała, the Government Plenipotentiary for the CPK. And if we may ask you to stay here on this very stage, because we are almost ready to sign this memorandum. Gentlemen, please kindly proceed with the signing of the memorandum. Ladies and gentlemen, history in the making, but we also need a photo to commemorate this moment. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we are getting ready for the next panel discussion. So bear with us just for a second. Our stage will be ready to move to the next topic, to the final panel for this day, the first day. But let's not forget that we have also tomorrow to discuss a set of very important topics too. But now we will be moving to the fourth panel for today. And this panel is the HSR as a path to sustainable transport system. I'm just checking whether we have the full attendance of the panelists. So I think it will take a couple of seconds to gather everybody for this stage as we finish the previous part a little bit earlier, and we will commence the next part accordingly to the plan, so in a couple of minutes. us for this last panel. So we are now closing the door. So if you would like to join us for the fourth panel, please kindly come to the main conference room. As we are indeed starting this final crowning discussion of the day. The topic for our fourth panel discussion is HSR as a path to sustainable transport system. And this discussion will be moderated by Ms. Monika Heiming, AIM Executive Director. The stage is yours.
So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're still alive. So to compete against all other sessions is a bit of a challenge, but I try to make it as entertaining as possible, and I make you hopefully waking up on very important topics, which is the greening of the transport modes. So in this panel, we will look at how to green transport by developing high-speed rail, because there's no other way to do it. And high-speed rail is not only for passenger, it's also for freight. And we have seen it across all the panels today, how important it is to transport in a seamless manner, in a reliable manner, and in a resilient manner, despite the war, in normal times and abnormal times, people and goods. And especially in that geographical region like Poland, this is extremely important, and you can see the dynamics in the region, and you can see, maybe only have a glimpse at the business prospects and economic prospects in that very region. And I personally hope that the war in Ukraine will finish now. That would be a great achievement of this conference. If not, let's please contribute to it. So I would like to call on stage a quite interesting list of participants. I will read with you. Václav Bernard, he is the Deputy Transport Minister of the Czech Republic. Welcome on stage. Thank you for coming. So the second guest is Andrzej Bittel from Poland, Secretary of State in charge of transport. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, okay. The third one is Professor Christoph Galos. Thank you very much for coming. Quite an honor. Thank you very much. The fourth one is Christian Szczepanski. Thank you very much for coming. And not the last one, Alain Quinet from France, SNCF Réseau. Bonjour. And the very last one is from Spain, imported to Brussels, is Javier de Irigoyen. Yeah, I'm so into Polish for the moment, so
Hello.
I have a bit of a challenge. So make yourself comfortable. There's nothing weird happening. So, and I've looked up your CVs. So you have quite a combined knowledge here between governmental officials, academia, quite long-term experience, and from the EU, and from a rail infrastructure manager, which is one of the largest in Europe, if I may say so. So why are we discussing greening of high-speed or greening of the transport sector? The transport sector is among, together with buildings actually, or construction, the only economic sector where the CO2 emissions go up since the 1990s. You can read it everywhere. And we had a very interesting, I come from Germany, so I have one, unfortunately, only German example. There has been a lot of questioning these days why the consumption of energy went down, but the CO2 emissions went up. So this is quite a challenge, and there's also the challenge of how to reach the decarbonization targets in the EU strategies on mobility, for example. So the Commission published a strategy in December 2001, and so in the strategy they said, well, we need to decarbonize the transport system by developing high-speed rail. And they have been more blunt than normally. They have said, we will double high speed by 2030. So if my calculations are good, that is in 7 years and something. That is not very much. And then we will triple it by 2050. I don't know how we manage this, but for me, this conference could be a huge enabler. So, and the investments and the dynamics and the willingness to actually invest in high speed in a concrete manner, start constructions in a difficult economic situation with inflation rates going up, energy supplies, actually the classical one, let me say it like that, going down. So this is quite a challenge, and it's really remarkable. So before I go off track, because I got a briefing as well, so I have to a little bit be aligned with my briefing. So I would like to actually invite the stage to deliver a little bit with me the development of a green transport system by developing high-speed rail in Poland and in wider Europe. So my first question goes to Mr. Václav Bernard. So you are the Deputy Transport Minister in the Czech Republic. I have seen that you have, throughout your political career, experience in transport. That makes you a really precious asset, especially also in the politics. So the smart and sustainable mobility strategy of the European Commission foresees collective travel of under 500 kilometers to become carbon neutral. So the idea is no more on road or on other modes, but on rail. So how, from your perspective as a representative of the Czech Republic, and in your function as Deputy Minister, how do you see this, the contribution of high-speed rail in fulfilling this goal? So all or mostly all passenger and freight movements under 500 kilometers on rail. What are you doing to do this?
Dobré odpoledne, vážené dámy a vážení pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Celkově dekarbonizace železnic.
The high-speed rail and decarbonization of rail transport is a very important topic from the point of view of the so-called green and efficient transport. It is a great pleasure for me to know that during our presidency, which came to an end not so long ago, we've managed to make high-speed railways a priority. And V4 has been included in the main high-speed rail concept as part of TEN-T. We are very happy that together with our partners, we can create these fast connections. It's not only about long-distance travel. In the case of passenger transport, also thanks to such high-speed rail corridors, we'll have some free capacity on the conventional rail connections, and part of the cargo transport will be moved on rail. We talked to our colleagues from the Polish ministry, and we should be able to move some of the cargo from road transport, from trucks, to rail. Because there will be free capacity available. I don't think we are talking about the secondary effect of the construction of new rail corridors, but this is one of the main goals that will be achieved thanks to the construction of high-speed connections. Thanks to that, we'll be able to transport cargo and we'll be able to protect the environment. So this is one of the main goals.
If I might add, the Czech EU presidency was extremely successful, I found. And also the difficult discussions on the TEN-T with all the member states have been a real challenge, but you managed to drive it through. So congratulations from my side. I think the proposal is as good as you could ever manage to achieve it, despite the different national interests, and it's a huge step forward. If you would have been more ambitious, you may perhaps be happy to know that the Parliament is already maybe giving you some of the elements back which you have perhaps didn't manage to achieve, and the trilogues will be very, very challenging. Actually, Czech Republic has been, again, extremely successful, and thank you very much for that. Okay, so I will go to the next speaker. If you have any questions and remarks, you can raise your hand. It's a very democratic panel, you know, because we have spoken about democracy this morning, so please go ahead. Raise your hand. So now I have a question to Mr. Andrej Bittel. So you're Secretary of State in a very dynamic country, which a lot of economic and business prospects, as I've heard today, and many others of us. So how do you see the economic, the social and the environmental benefits of high-speed rail for the three seas region? So you have already started, and I've seen a lot of constructions here. So how do you see this evolving and changing the country?
Dziękuję bardzo. Witam Państwa wszystkich serdecznie.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Indeed, the Czech presidency has been very successful, very good for the European railways. The objectives of the Czech presidency were very ambitious, and they will contribute to the development of the railway industry in all ways, including transport and business, centered on the railways, the production of the rolling stock, the services provided by construction companies, because the objectives were set at a very high ambitious level, especially if you look at European regulations, environmental directives, and all the necessary efforts that have to be made to prepare future investments. We in Poland, our colleagues in the Czech Republic, colleagues in Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, we are all working on projects that will develop high-speed railway, because Rail Baltica, which is a joint venture project of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and the Polish infrastructure operator PLK, that is a project on that scale. We have Catherine Trautmann in the room. She's a big inspiration for us to stick to the deadlines in our Rail Baltica project. So all these efforts will help to achieve the objectives of the New Green Deal. They will also support the objectives of European mobility. For me, high-speed rail is one part of a system to prevent mobility exclusion and to support mobility. The European rail will become carbon neutral and compete with air transport, which is the biggest polluter in the transport industry. But conventional regional railway, urban rail is also important. If we want to reduce carbon emissions, we need to invest at all levels. And this is what we are doing in Poland. We have HSR initiatives. We have projects focusing on conventional rail. Under our national program, we are investing in regional and city rail with local authorities under a national program. All these initiatives help to achieve zero emissions in the rail industry. And I encourage all decision makers to invest at the European, national and local level in railway, which is a green industry supporting mobility, and if it is well organized, this industry attracts passengers to urban and to regional rail. HSR is also a springboard for research, science, the economy, business. All these efforts help to develop state-of-the-art infrastructure, state-of-the-art rolling stock based on state-of-the-art technology standards, security standards to serve citizens, which is the philosophy at this event, focused on HSR as well as other projects, Rail Baltica, and other initiatives that are crucial to Poland, projects that we are implementing with our partners in a harmonized approach to make sure that our rail is fit for interoperability and can serve everyone. That is a crucial objective, especially now during the war in Ukraine, which shows that rail transport helps the country survive, keep on fighting, and supply citizens with staples, with services. That's what we need rail for, seaports. That's indispensable for us to support our Ukrainian friends in the bold fight against the Russian aggressor. These points are perhaps obvious today, but they were not on our radar several years ago, and I hope this will help invest more in the rail sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beetle. So I think you gave us a very good arguments on the green investments or the investments in rail and what kind of ecosystem that creates in every sense of the term. So then the buzzword is to Professor Garlos. Green materials, new materials. I've been looking up your CV. You have a very impressive long-term experience in research, in minerals, in environment. So, what's your take on green building, construction, maintenance, renewals of the railway system?
Hello, everybody. It is very nice to attend to this conference. I'm not a railwayman. I'm a geologist, and but my knowledge of building materials is the case. So when we would like to see how sustainable can be building techniques of high-speed rails, and especially how green can be materials used there. In one sentence, I must say, in a limited way. But why? And to say more about this, I must go to some technical details. Why? I'm not a railway specialist, I said. Here, Alain and Javier are real specialists there. But I can say that we have two main building techniques for high-speed railways regarding railway surface. First one is classical with railway ballast, and the second one is innovative with use of different concrete layers, hydraulic stabilized layer, and frost-resistant layer, etc., etc. So when we look at the materials we need for the construction, we need, of course, steel rails of this very important technical specification. I will not concentrate on it. and also some fixations for the fixing of these rails. But then we have a lot of bulk building materials, yeah? And for these rail ties, for ballast layer, or for this concrete bearing layer, and also for railway foundation. And these are mostly aggregates of appropriate quality. Aggregates of appropriate quality, and also cement. The second one, very, very important. So when we look at the needs regarding aggregates, for example, for railway ballast, for railway foundation, for frost-resistant layer in these innovative techniques, we must say that it should be a high-quality aggregate. High quality, mostly of magmatic rocks, made of magmatic rocks with high properties regarding resistance, yeah? So it is not common that, for example, in Poland, but not only, it is not common that such aggregates are available everywhere. Let's take an example of Poland. When we think about the building of the high-speed rails, for example, in central Poland, from what source we can take these high-quality aggregates? From southern Poland, from southwestern Poland. It is 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers sometimes. So we must think that it is no way, from my point of view, maybe my colleagues will correct me, that we can use some substitute of such high-quality aggregate in high amounts. What it means, high amounts? I think I made a rough estimate that for this program of high-speed rails in the next dozen or so years in Poland, we would need about 10 or 15 million tons of this aggregate per year. It means it is about 10% of the total consumption of these high-quality aggregates in Poland. So it is quite a significant amount. So, and we have no way to do it in another way, to use any substitutes. It is very important in such case to remember that transportation, during investment, transportation of these aggregates from Lower Silesia, from southwestern Poland, should go by rail, not by trucks. It is a very important issue. Regarding cement, it is much more greener history, because for years, and especially now, a lot of raw materials used for cement, these are waste materials. Not only limestone, typical limestone for cement clinker production, but also a lot of industrial waste coming from steelworks, coming from power plants. So we can say that the cement is a more or less green material at the moment, especially in Poland, because our cement plants in Poland, but not only in Poland, are really, really green regarding this sustainable approach to the production of such materials. Concluding, I must say that use of any secondary and waste materials for these purposes is very limited, maybe except of cement. Because for cement, yes, for some types of cement, even 80% of the input for the production, it can be waste material. It is really important. But we must also remember that for these high-speed rails, we need a very high-quality materials. It means high quality of aggregates and higher grades of cement. So this is very important to remember. So your answer to your question is not so green maybe, especially regarding aggregates, but it's reality, yeah.
But it's recycling.
Yeah. It is also possible recycling, but it depends. It depends on the site, on the use of the best practices regarding recycling, And I think that in case of railway construction, especially high-speed rails, it can be still limited, this recycling issue for the aggregates, recycling of aggregates. For the road construction, especially concrete road construction, exactly. But in high-speed rails, I'm afraid not so many possibilities of aggregates recycling.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'm supposed you have learned a lot now for the construction.
Sorry for such short lecture.
Now, but you're a professor, you can do this, and that's your role actually, to also show where is the potential, where are the limits, and where should we put, like Mr. Bittel said, so we have to create an ecosystem for innovation, also in material, and also to transport the raw material from the actual production or harvesting site to the construction site.
Yes, I would add that we should also remember that we need to use not so green materials, but to make a green reality of transportation.
Yes.
Now everything is green, but for the green aims, we should use also these materials from quarries, which are not so green.
Yeah. It's a big issue, but we're working on it. So that brings me to Dr. Szczepanski. I'm sure you have an opinion about that, because you are also in charge of energy environment, and we just heard that road transport is also very relevant for cement. So how do you, I mean, Poland is a very still road-dependent country, like several others. So how do you see the shift from road to rail, also from your point of view?
Okay, I try. Thank you for your invitation, and I'm glad to be here and share my knowledge about the climate changes, global emission, and CO2 emissions, CO2 equivalent emission as well. And very briefly, because we are in Institute, we have a National Center for Management Emission and Center for Energy and Climate Analysis. And we would like to find the best way to achieve neutral climate, to achieve the goal, in perspective, the short perspective, I mean 2030 and of course 2050. And first of all, I would like to give information about Poland perspective, Polish perspective. First of all, our global emission, that's the year global emission, is 400 million tons CO2 equivalent. The whole economy, householders, and so on. Transport is almost is the new one. That the initial information the last year was almost 60 million tons transport, only the transport. And of course, that when we discussion about the net zero 2050, for example, that we would like to balance between absorb CO2 per ecosystem and also what we can emit, like the country, like the member of the European Union, that we have to be about 40 million tons. That's it, is the limit. And of course, when we discuss about the transport, that we need to reduce our emission 2050, 80%. It's about a little more than 10 million tons per year. That is, it's amazing. It's the very challenge, very ambition goals for us, for country, but the whole European Union. The question is how to achieve that. Yes, of course the rail is the one of the way, but not only. We have to completely change the model of the transport. We would like to, and maybe it happens that the young people, they don't want to have a car because they can't rent a car. It's completely changed the model, the business model of the transport, and it's the one of the issue which support to achieve the goal. And what else? Of course, the low and zero emission transport, that the hydrogen vehicles, for example, of course the electric cars and so on, but the rail is the main important. The public transport is the main important. And our analysis, because we have 4 different models, excuse me. First of all is the equilibrium model, whole the economy, and not only Poland, but the whole European Union. And we would like to analyze how to change some tools from the package Fit for 55, like the carbon adjustment board mechanism, like the, I don't know, extended the ETS system and so on. Another is the model from transport, agriculture, and also energy sector. And we would like to achieve we would like to show for government, for European Commission as well, how we can achieve that. Yes, it's the very important. And the railway, it's one of the model of transport with lowest emission per kilometer per passenger. Yeah, and of course, when we try to change, and we will continue to improve as the emission intensity of electricity generation decrease, that the lowest emission per passenger, like today, and this is very important. My opinion, to achieve the goal, completely change the models, completely increase all step by step, year by year, public transport, and of course the railway.
Thank you very much. That is a very positive and ambitious message, so I hope to achieve it. So, from the EU presidency to the Polish transport ecosystem, to the cement and to transport, construction materials which are sustainable, from the approach to change the entire system, we will go up into the air. That sounds a bit weird because Alain is representing a rail infrastructure manager that normally lie on the ground. But France has been at the forefront in Europe with a ban of short-haul flights. So there has been quite a fuss at the Commission on waving it through. I think it took a year or so to actually look at it. So there is, of course, some public interest, especially now in Poland, replacement of more polluting modes of transport by rail. So how to come from the air back to the ground? And this is the issue. So shall we do it by state intervention? It's a bit a tricky question. You're not a minister, but maybe you have a little bit of an opinion about it. Or shall we rely on the market forces so that there's a fading away of short-haul flights on existing high-speed lines? That requires, of course, we have a high-speed line, and there is a traveling time of less than 2.5 hours or 3. And how can high-speed rail be an alternative to short-haul flights? So how attractive can we make it? So substantial questions, one person, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Monica. So I'm very honored to contribute to this very important conference. It's an easy question, so I'll take a few minutes to answer it. I think, first of all, we have to go back to basics. The main economic and environmental benefits of high-speed lines come from travel time improvements. And it has been shown this morning. We had a report on the STEER study on high-speed rails in Poland, and it was obvious that time gains accounts for the major economic benefits of the high-speed lines. And according to our own experience, which dates back to more than 30 years now, it's perfectly true. And really, what we can now see that when you look at the distance between 400 and 800 kilometers, really high-speed rail lines are a game changer. They create mobility. That's the first point. And the second point is that they entail a major modal shift from air and from road to rail transport. Of course, if you're familiar to France or Northern Europe, you know that there are no more commercial flights between Paris, Brussels, Lyon, Bordeaux, and London also, I must say. So it's very spectacular. What I'd like to stress is that the benefits of high-speed lines are not confined to the passengers of the line. There are a lot of spillover effects. There are some spillover effects, domestic, I would say, spillover effects from high-speed lines to conventional lines. I don't want to oppose the two for two reasons. The first reason is that a new high-speed line is an opportunity to introduce state-of-the-art techniques, as it has already been said. And so you can then deploy the last techniques on the conventional lines. And also, it provides capacity. A new high-speed line is the good news for freight, because you can use the existing line, conventional line, for freight. That's the first point. The second point is that there are some spillover effects on neighboring countries. And that's really what we are really discovering now. Of course, we have now a very dynamic traffic between France, London, Brussels, Amsterdam, because we have a whole network of high-speed lines across countries. But what we are discovering now is that we also have a strong potential of increase in traffic with our southern neighbor, Italy and Spain. For example, between Paris and Lyon, was historically a domestic line. And it's progressively becoming an important international lines because we have now new operators operating between Lyon and Milano, and maybe later on between Lyon and Spain. So that's really a very important point. And maybe my last point on this is that the benefits are very resilient, very resilient. You have the same results even if you have very different economic models. And when you just look at the end of the COVID crisis, we are back to normal on all our high-speed lines. So maybe my last point is on your specific questions on bans on short-haul flights. Maybe I will use the same word as Catherine Trottmann this morning, which is co-opetition. I think when you look at the relation between railways and airlines, you really have to think in terms of competition, but also of cooperation. Just two examples. First example, when you ban short-haul flights, in fact, you remove the least profitable part of the airline business, and you boost the most profitable part of the railway industry. So it's really a win-win solution. And my second example is that a very important issue now is to try to have a better connection between rails and airports. And we are working a lot in Paris, but also in Bâle-Mulhouse, which is at the intersection between Luxembourg, Germany, and France. And we know that it's a good way to put the railway on their real comparative advantage.
Merci beaucoup, Alain. So I found this very interesting. I hope you liked it as well. So I can imagine you have a lot of studies on what rail is producing to France and how you change the economic pattern. So you spoke about, let's say, the profitability. So I'm pretty sure that Javier can tell us a bit more, because you have conducted a study with a very famous consultant, only with 2 letters in the name. So, on the benefits of high-speed rail. So I think the study will be presented in March, I think, in the Parliament, if my memory is good.
A bit sooner, but I will.
Sorry?
A bit sooner.
A bit sooner. Oh, okay, good to know.
I will give you some breaking news right now.
Yeah, that's excellent. So then please go ahead, Javier.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting Europe's Rail Junatec also to this panel and to the event. We are the ones honored of getting to know and learn from so well-known panelists, and we are happy to be here. But before talking about on the study, and for those not knowing, Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking is the a new European partnership on rail research and innovation, established under the Horizon Europe program, and is the successor of Shift to Rail joint undertaking. That being said, well, the aim of the partnership is to accelerate the research and development on technologies and operational solutions. But today we are here to talk about how, this study that we also launched is going to benefit and boost the activities of the sector. No? This report is not going to be presented in March. It's already ready, and we are here inviting you to please join us next Monday, 23rd of January. That is at 11 o'clock. All the details are in the Europe's RailJU website, and all the technical reports and executive summary that is composing this study will be presented, and you will have access to it. In nutshell, the study is composed of two reports: a market assessment of the current and future high-speed railway network in Europe, and in this market assessment, the study is forecasting future demand shocks that goes from the new high-speed railway network to be deployed to open access competition aspects and so on. But you will be able to disclose them and read a bit more about them in the study. And the second part of the study is another technical report is dealing with the impact assessment in order to estimate the impact of this high-speed railway network development within the European society. In that sense, the study, and I'm advancing some of the outcomes from the study, is confirming that a comprehensive European high-speed railway network will have an added value for the society and reduce massively the environmental footprint, as has been already widely presented during the day. The report will also propose a master plan for high-speed railway networks connecting major cities and hubs, and of course is calling the member states for a coordinated implementation of those activities to provide sufficient funding in the next decade, so for this development to be a reality. And also just aligned with the activities that Europe's rail joint undertaking is providing. I mean, we are, as you know, funding projects in all the subsystems related to the railways. And as Alain was mentioning, I mean, we are, of course, trying to make implemented these state-of-the-art technologies into the sector, so the benefits for the passengers in terms of traveling in the way the technologies are implemented is having an impact in the society as a whole. So with this brief summary of what you will be able to see next Monday, please join us in this press event. It's going to be remote, so it's nowadays easy to join. You will be knowing all the details of the reports.
Thank you very much, Javier. So very interesting. So I'm pretty sure that if the Czech Republic would still host the EU presidency, that would carry the study forward. I would like to go back to Mr. Bernard. There have been a lot of studies. There are a lot of concrete cases, like in France. So from your experience in the Czech Republic, do you have any views on a sort of ideal modal mix between the different modes of transport, rail, air, and road? And do we have any experiences with that in Czech Republic, and are going to change that mix?
Tak Česká republika, tedy na rozdíl od Polska,
The Czech Republic, unlike Poland,
dopravu na
doesn't have to
500 kilometrů, jednak tedy
take care of transport for distances longer than 200 kilometers just because of the size of our country.
realizována v tomto režimu, to znamená 500 kilometrů.
A large part of our domestic transport is up to 500 kilometers only. And from this point of view, as far as the rail transport in the Czech Republic is concerned, we don't really have any alternative.
vnitrostátní letecké spojení v rámci.
I mean, there is no
Takže téměř veškerou
domestic air connection for such distances.
Železniční dopravy a vlaků.
So basically,
samozřejmě
the transport
tam hraje autobusová doprava a především
performed
doprava
on rail.
osobních automobilů.
Of course, road transport is also important, passenger transport.
Zdůrazňoval. Já jsem
From this point of view, as I've already emphasized,
myslím si, že bychom
well, I support a reasonable transport mix. I believe that we should take care of all the alternatives instead of focusing on just a single transport mode. I believe that we should
tak samozřejmě železniční
use all possible modes of transport.
nezbývá jiná cesta, tak využít.
Water transport also, road transport, or rail transport.
Měli využít.
But of course, if we don't have any other alternative, we should use road transport. But first of all, it should be water transport combined with rail. And then for the last mile, so to say, we should be using road transport.
Myslím si, že je to
by trucks for cargo transport primarily. So this is very important
to znamená,
from the point of view of us being able to achieve our goals.
A v tomto smyslu
and for us to be able to achieve the environmental protection goals. I got interested in what the professor has said. We need to analyze the situation from all possible points of view.
vysokorychlostních tratí, ale musíme zohlednit i
We have decided
případná výstavba
to focus on high-speed rail, but we have to bear in mind that the possible construction may have negative environmental impact. We now have technologies available
přívětivě k životnímu prostředí. Tím chci říct, že na jedné straně
with which even at higher costs we can take a positive approach to the environment. So we try to decarbonize our economy. So we've decided to focus on high-speed railways, but we need to bear in mind what the professor has said.
Neměl být žádný zásadní problém. Naší povinností
so this shouldn't be a major problem. If I was to speak on behalf of the Czech Republic,
vzdálenosti, že zkrátka nebo k té velikosti České republiky
our obligation, considering the size of our country and the distances, our goal should be to attract passengers to use high-speed rail. And this should be supplemented with regional transport, so that we proceed in a similar way for both long distance and regional connections. So from this point of view, I believe we should analyze all possibilities available instead of focusing on one transport mode only. And we should check the potential of each mode of transport, and we should fully use this potential.
Okay. That was a very clear message. Thank you very much. You saw, Professor Galos, you made an impact already. You didn't expect it. Maybe you're changing a lot of national policies now. So I would like to first of all go back to Mr. Beetle. So we see the investments in high-speed rail in Poland. There has been, and you raised it also, transport exclusion or social exclusion, connectivity of remote areas. So how do you see the potential of high-speed rail to connect these regions which are a bit less connected from your point of view?
Oczywiście kolej dużych prędkości,
Well, high-speed rail
taka, która łączy węzły
between transport nodes, as we heard,
znaczenie przy podróżach na większe
is relevant when you're traveling over longer distances. But
takiej koncepcji przy realizacji
when we are implementing this concept or model of rail transport, we have to bear in mind the
realizacji połączeń o niższych prędkościach.
objective of expanding the availability of short-haul transport, lines with more stops for short distance travelers. So the high-speed rail model must be considered as one possible way to combat transport exclusion, but not a panacea. This is our approach. When we change the model of the rail industry to make it competitive to air, for instance, in Poland we have an extensive network of regional airports, then we also have to make sure that the main lines crisscross with shorter lines to bring passengers to the main line. Warsaw, the Tri-City or Wrocław, big cities themselves will not generate sufficient passenger flows to justify the business case for high-speed rail. You need to pull passengers from a bigger region, and this is what conventional regional and urban rail is for. As the minister has rightly said, we cannot limit ourselves to a single mode of transport. We have to create a system or a network. Obviously, a public system of passenger transport must include not only rail but also road buses, and this is what the Polish government is doing. We have a special fund to support the development of local buses available to local governments. Some of them are paying for bus transport to local railway stations. In the region of Lodz, they are buying buses to transport passengers where it makes no sense business-wise to build railways. So passengers are brought to the railway stations by bus and then they can switch to rail. And so all these activities have to intertwine. It's really relevant. Otherwise, if we take a single perspective of a single component, we will never develop an integrated system. But if we have a system for passenger transport, it will encourage people to use it. Should we use the stick or the carrot? I think we should encourage people to leave the car in the garage or never buy it and to use public transport instead, because it's better, more efficient, more convenient and greener, which is important for everyone. When it comes to cargo, freight transport, we have to make every effort to make sure that the railway system improves its efficiency and its throughput. That is essential when you look at transport in general to reduce the carbon emissions across the transport industry. It's all very important and all these elements intertwine. If you allow me, I would like to raise one additional point very briefly. Interoperability. We have to create mechanisms for interoperability. If we speak of long-haul transport, there was an initiative for a train which was carried on trucks several years ago. That was a complex operation. We must make our systems mutually compatible. That's a big challenge for everyone working on high-speed rail projects. Finally, last word, I promise. I've made some rough calculations. The professor said that we need 10-15 million tons of aggregate per year, so I took the average of 12. That's 4,000 trains just to build high-speed rail, which means that to develop, to implement large-scale projects, we must look at facts and figures. We must be very realistic when we approach such investments to make them environment-friendly. 3,000 divided by 25,000 tons, which is one truck full, that's 20 trucks times 4,000 trains. Well, that's a lot of trucks. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Gallos. So we have seen with your facts and figures, you generate a whole discussion. Do you have any comments from your side? Do we have further facts and figures?
I have a very personal comment to what just said Minister. About my today's transportation here, because it was really electrical one. First I took electrical bus in Krakow, 5 stops to the agglomeration railway, then agglomeration railway to the main central station in Krakow, railway station, then fast train to Warsaw, and the next agglomeration railway here to airport. So it was totally green transportation, and will be back also in today's evening, because I am going back to home today. So this, but this is the very fortunate case that it was possible. In this case, it was possible, but a year ago it was not possible, because there were no agglomeration railways yet opened this railway line in Krakow a year ago. Now it is possible. So this is, I think this is a good example of such thinking, what also Minister Bernard said, this mixing of this sustainable transportation at different scales. Of course, coming back to my specialization regarding raw materials, I would like to add something what just Minister said. Yes, there is a great challenge how to during this investment, large investment for high-speed rails, how to sustainably transport these materials. It is a great challenge because it is not so common that we took a railway transportation for these purposes. Especially, I can say, in Polish case. It is not so common. Maybe for rail investment, yes, but for the building of motorways, not so much. It is a great problem of the road transportation in Poland. We have a huge percentage of it. About 90% of transportation in Poland is, at the moment, is road transportation by trucks or personal cars. Yeah. So it is a great challenge how to switch it back to rails. Yes, that's the purposes of our ministry. They should work more and more on that. That's only my comment for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gallos. So I would like to go to Dr. Szczepanski. So from an environmental perspective, so I think you should be a bit more happy now, because the EU with the Green Deal and Fit for 55 is also working, and you raised it already, the emission trading scheme. So you have the ETS2, you have the a recast, a review. It's not an easy negotiation, I could imagine. But there's also, of course, a revised energy taxation directive. It's also not so easy. So let's say you have to work to make this transport system greener. You have to give incentives, of course, to rail. And you, of course, then have to work on the different elements of this framework from the fiscal, political, technical, and whatever manner. So how do you see the perspective for high-speed rail in this new context? Are you happy? Are you a bit more confident? Are you still concerned? Shall I say something to the current EU presidency? So what's your take?
Okay, thank you. Again, one comment that a few months ago in Poland that the play role is the call. Everybody scared that they don't have enough fuels, they can't hit the houses and so on and so on. And for example, that changed the perspective, but some company that changed perspective because we have in the Upper Silesia region, for example, we have a lot of internal industry waste disposals, and they started to looking for the raw material in this disposal because 50 years ago, technology don't care about that. Waste the waste. That's it. And now it's we try to looking for new perspective, new way to more environmental, more environmental friendly, for example. Yes, that is the one of the and the one of the important that we have to use this material like and to build maybe the build to the railway, for example. That's the and my opinion is the good idea, not the transport. That want to limit the transport. Yes, for example, maybe that looking for and the map, the special map where we have a material and we can use the material. That one of my comments. But I come back to the question. Of course, that the whole when we look at the European perspective, that the very cohesion program, very cohesion, Green Deal is the very cohesion that we would like to. The main issue is we would like to decrease our impact for environment and climate. That's it. And when we look at different strategy, the roadmap, the action plan, agriculture, waste, industry, that everything concentrate on to limit, reduce our impact for environment. Yes, and of course that one of the tools in European Union is economical, and this is economical. When we extend that the ETS, that in the transport and households, that each tons of coals, each tons of fossil fuels, I don't know, petrol and so on, that we have to add it cost of ETS, unit of CO2 emission. That now, today, is €80 per tons. Of course, it's the few groszy in Poland that to each liter of diesel, each liter of petrol, that's it. The European Union tried to encourage us to buy the cost of the transport because they increase the cost of the transport. Yes, encourage us to low and zero emission transport, like high speed rail, and my opinion, it's enough. I'm not sure. Maybe, but maybe my opinion and our analysis that unit emission, CO2 emission will be still increase, and maybe 100 euro, but still it's not enough. And now, my opinion, decision is the political decision. Yes, that okay, we agree, we would like to develop this type of this model of the transport. That's it.
Thank you very much. That was a very clear statement. So then we go back to France. Retour à la France. So now we are on finance, as Dr. Szczepanski just said. So it's also about a political will on the carbon pricing. So how do you see the public and private funding in the HR system? So is ETS one of these tools? Do we need more subsidies, classical tools, new financial instruments? What's your take?
I'm fairly convinced that we need EU policies, and in 4 ways. The first way, of course, which is the more obvious, it's standards. We already heard about interoperability. What I'd just like to stress is that interoperability is not only about infrastructure. It's not only gorgeous signaling. It's also processes. We heard this morning about red tape when moving tanks from one NATO country to another. And it's also a basic issue of language. When we are talking about interoperability between France and Germany, it's basically who speaks French, who speaks German, or should we speak English? That's a very important point to improve interoperability. The second point is that Europe helps to create a level playing field. We know that there is a basic principle to boost rail transport, which is just to abide to a polluter pay principle. And EU policies with ETS, for example, with carbon prices, as you say, is really an important move to create a level playing field across modes in Europe. And then, of course, you have the third benefit, which is financial incentives, because basically each country takes decisions on taking into account only domestic benefits, and it's true that we should take pay more attention to European benefits, military mobility, missing links, and so on. So that's a good way to internalize this externality. But maybe my last point is that besides its 3 tangible benefits, there is also a very important intangible benefit from EU policies, is that in fact it provides a continental and long-term perspective. Of course, we are all as infrastructure managers and maybe ministers in our operations, our agencies, and so on. And if you just look at a map like this, or a map of TNT, well, at some point you say, well, I'm part of a continent, we have common ambitions, we see what are the projects of our partners, where are the opportunities, the missing links. So that's really a very big intangible benefit. And we can reap the benefits very concretely here. For example, we have excellent cooperation with our Czech and Polish colleagues, and that's why EU policies are important, because they give us a long-term visions and opportunity for cooperation.
Thank you very much, Alain. So I go back to Javier. So Javier, the last question I have now is to you. So Europe's rail has a very important role in innovation, bringing it forward. So I know you are not a regulatory body as Shift2Rail, but if you would have a sort of wish list for Christmas, Easter, and your birthday, if you would have this opportunity to create a wish list, what kind of regulatory activities or actions from the Commission would you like to see there? Also having in the background, of course, Shift2Rail or Europe's rail and maybe the future of it.
Yeah, thank you very much for the last question. No, but in line with what has been already stated here, I think it's clear that the railway system creates a network that provides the basis for social and economical benefit for the society. So in that sense, reduces barriers for people to move freely, and that's something I think we are agreeing upon. And I think this is also a key political argument that justifies the implementation of the development of the high-speed railway network to bring growth and sustainability. In that sense, apart from funding, we consider that, for instance, the promotion of a multimodal ticket journey, also as Alain was mentioning, a generic level playing field would set the basis for a more transparent way of operating, and how the open market or access to competition can be one of those. those. And on top, if we would have a coordinated approach from member states on how to have cross-border operations, we think that that would also boost quite heavily the high-speed rail development in Europe. But at the end, we don't have to forget that is the sector, the one leading on these sustainable investments, and is up to the sector also to go into that direction. And in here we can link with the initiative that brings us here, the 3-6 region, converting the modal shifts into a sustainable and prosperous project for the society as a whole. So these kind of initiatives would, of course, boost the implementation or development of the high-speed rail network in Europe.
Thank you very much, Javier. So that was a long panel. I hope you're still all alive. So I turn now back to the audience. We have exactly 5.3 seconds left. So are there any questions, comments, remarks? Yes, please go ahead.
Miroslav Haltov, Europe's Rail States Representatives Group, acting chairman. I have a remark and a question. The rail system is the system of systems. And to be green and to spend less energy, it's not only to use the electric trains, but we also need on the capillary lines to use the low emission vehicles like fuel cells, hydrogen powered or batteries. There is not able to use on high speed system, that's true. But on high speed, we can save the energy or lower the energy consumption using the new materials for lighter trains. Instead of steel and other different materials, to use composite materials which can be recyclable and used for the ballast after its life cycle. So we need to change the view on the entire system, not only high speed. We need to build the self-energy powered stations. It means use the solar energy or wind energy to equip the stations with energy power. And at least we need to use the light vehicles, like, for instance, the French project Train Léger Innovant. So it's a challenge for us for the future to use the innovations, and that's the aim of the Europe's Rail activity. And I personally, and Javier probably also, invite all the proposals, all the activities which will lead us to make the rail system resilient and energy efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would just like to add, so the trend goes to the energy autonomous infrastructure manager. So Alain, you have to work on that one. There was another question. Do you have a micro?
Dzień dobry, Sławomir Michalewski.
Sławomir Michalewski, representing the Port of Gdańsk. The professor, during the panel discussion, wondered how to transport the huge amounts of materials that will be needed for the construction purposes, primarily referring to aggregates. Let me remind you that we, as Poland, would like to obtain co-financing for restoration of inland waterways. Because let's remember that rivers like Danube or Rhine have been used during the construction of high-speed railways in the Western Europe. 170 million tons of cargo is transported on the Rhine River annually. Also, in the biggest seaports like Antwerp or Rotterdam, the our share of cargo transported by inland waterways to the ports is very high. So, of course, the development of high-speed rail is very important, but also inland navigation would be important. In some countries, the inland waterways would cover like to 30–40% of transportation purposes. So we should not forget the needs of Poland in terms of reconstruction of such ways.
Yeah, that's true. It would be really appreciated such approach, but in Polish circumstances, we should remember that it is undeveloped area of transportation, that we have only some pieces of Odra River where it is possible, maybe not pieces, a large part of Odra River, but not Vistula River. So it is really a great challenge, and maybe I am mistaken, but it is maximum up to 1% of total transportation is made by rivers in Poland only. So yes, that's you're right, but it is a long-term perspective to do so.
Okay, maybe you check it on a bilateral level so that you come to common terms. There was another participant.
Wiesław Nowak, Przegląd Gospodarczy. Ja mam pytanie do pana ministra.
I have a question to the minister, because I would like to discuss the Polish matters. You're talking about development of rail transport, especially clean rail transport, like electric trains, etc. Minister, 40 years ago or 50 years ago, 300 kilometers were electrified annually. Currently, it's 20 to 30, 50 kilometers at the most a year. So I don't really know when we're going to reach the same level of electrification as under the previous system in Poland. So we need an alternative, and you do not create any alternative here, because the governments in Western Europe have created an alternative. I mean, the citizens are much wealthier, so they can switch to trains. Polish society is not very wealthy. In some region, actually poor, use cars. What cars you know very well? They are far from being environmentally friendly. So what are you going to do? I mean, the idea of building high-speed rail is okay, but it seems like you would like to take care of two problems with one solution. I mean, the high-speed rail in Western Europe are the lines connecting big agglomerations. In my opinion, if such a train stops just to pick up 5 passengers on the way, this is not the best solution. So high-speed rail would take like 10 to 15 years. We need a system today that would modernize the rail transportation, regional rail connections primarily, so that inhabitants or smaller cities having like 100,000 or 200,000 inhabitants to have access to such connections and to clean rail transport. So there is a question to the decision makers, to the government. What are you going to do in order to do something more than just promise to us the high-speed rail sometime in the future? What are you going to do for the people from the regions so that they can use such solutions also? And I don't know whether you know it, but during the 30 years of the Third Republic of Poland, 25% of rail routes in Poland have been cancelled. In the western part of Poland, it was 50%. In the Czech Republic, I think that actually the number of rail routes has increased. So the Czech is among those few countries that has not cancelled any rail connections. So something should be done faster for people now. We don't have time. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, thank you very much.
To świetne 3 pytania.
Well, there are 3 excellent questions that have been asked that also show us certain perspective. And talking about the level playing field. In Poland, we don't have equal conditions for everybody compared to the Western Europe for many reasons. Economic, historic reasons, social reasons. We were behind the Iron Curtain, we had the socialist system, then we had the system transformation, which resulted in the lack of interest in railway investments. This fortunately has changed, and hopefully this has been noticed. During this panel discussion, I mentioned at least twice that the high-speed rail is not the only solution to transport exclusion, but combined with regional rail, for example, it can be a solution. I don't want to repeat the data. We have big funds available for implementation of regional programs, building new, rail stops, etc., to prevent transport exclusion. But we have to realize that the implementation of investment processes is based on the legislation, Polish legislation, EU legislation, and the legislation puts an obligation on us to prepare the investment project properly and then implement it properly, especially after the environmental directives have been put in force. And because of them, the next stage of an investment process may happen only after the previous stage has been completed. So once you have the environmental decision, you can start applying for the construction permit, and this makes the process very lengthy. I remember participating in an event, the commissioning of the Knaperwode-Chorka rail connection. It took 10 years to build it, and everybody was happy that such an investment project was implemented in 10 years. The answer to your question is Railway Plus program. We should have 1.2 thousand new and modernized rail lines available thanks to this program. Well, of course, this is just a drop in the ocean, I'd say, of the needs, but you have to make the first step in order to achieve something. Electrification, yes, we're asking ourselves the same question as you asked, because everybody's saying that hydrogen-based transport should be chosen. I mean, well, hydrogen may be green, blue, and gray. So it should be green hydrogen-based transport. At this stage, we can base transport on green hydrogen only. In the future, this may change. You have to answer this question for yourselves. And now the question is, should we invest in hydrogen-driven rolling stock, which would cost 20 to 30% more than conventional rolling stock? Should we finance electrification or the new type of the rolling stock? Now, considering Poland's situation, should we also invest in traditional fuel-fired rolling stock, but maybe hybrid rolling stock, electric and diesel fueled could be a solution. This would make give us the possibility to be more flexible when setting the timetables, because it's really difficult to have a good timetable if you have to make people change trains just because on a given section of the line the electric transport has to be used instead of diesel. Now, if there is an incident called an accident with the light train, aluminum train, then the repair can take like 2 to 3 years before you make such a complex repair. We have such experience in Poland, repairing the Western European rolling stock. In the case of steel rolling stock, it's much easier to repair and put the train back into service, and this also needs to be taken into account. The rail system, by its nature, is a very complex operation based on many industries, and this is good. And that's why many people fell in love with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very passionate speech. I expected you to say something, so please go ahead.
Já jestli mohu, protože zde několikrát byla skloňovaná i Česká republika, tak bych také zareagoval na ten dotaz.
Well, the Czech Republic has also been mentioned, so let me answer this question also. From the point of view of the Czech Republic, we can ask ourselves the question whether, considering the size of our country, will high-speed rail be profitable for us? But we have to realize that Czech Republic is located in the heart of Europe, and we consider it's normal to contribute to offering international connections between important transport hubs. As I've said, our task is to answer a question of how to build the high-speed rail and how to make it attractive for Czech passengers. Of course, we do have alternatives for shorter distances, as we've already said. Considering this, we must not use just one type of transport. For shorter connections, we can be talking about hydrogen and electricity. Yes, we can offer this to our passengers. We flew to Warsaw in the morning. Why did we take the air transport? I'm not happy of that, but we could have chosen a passenger car. That was another option, but the reason was that we had discussions until very late at night yesterday, so we had to fly. But if we had a high-quality, high-speed train, I would get on in Prague and took it to come to Warsaw. One more thing that I would like to add. Only when sitting here, I did realize how lucky we are that we can discuss on how we are going to get connected by high-speed rail. We were talking about the different modes of transport. Well, what I mean here is what's happening right next to us, in Ukraine. They have to focus on other things. They do not focus on decarbonization. The half of their infrastructure has disappeared. They don't even have electricity to power the trains. And only here I did realize how lucky we are.
That was a very interesting concluding statement from the Deputy Transport Minister of the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank all the panelists. So I thank everybody for your really, really smart, passionate, engaged, committed, very smart, fact-based, very business-oriented, analytical and EU-oriented contributions. Each one of you and the combination of you has been a real pleasure, actually, also for me personally and intellectually. So I spare you to ask you if you have any more comments, because we are totally ahead of, too late. So I don't know whether you have a plane or a train to catch. Probably you will miss it now, but I think it was worth to have the discussion and also to see how ministers and secretaries of state defend the system. And that is really good, and I liked it very much. So I promised you it will be an exciting panel. I did not expect this, but I loved it. So thank you very much, all of you, and also the participants, whether you're virtual or physical. I would like to still make a very small thank you note to Minister Marcin Horała, Minister Paweł Jabłoński, and of course the CEO of CPK, Mr. Mikołaj Wild. And by pronouncing this, I have practicing this the whole evening, so I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So I'm still learning my Polish, but I've understood, I have an interest in learning Polish because the development is here, and I've really seen the dynamics and also the geostrategic considerations. So that will be my next task for myself. So thank you very much. Also a very charming moderator. I try to imitate you, but I will not manage. I will not manage. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for moderating this passionate panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a great ovation for a great moderator. And thank you very much all for being our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last panel for today. So the crowning panel for this first day will be awaiting you tomorrow. And we are starting 10 a.m. sharp on this very stage with another set of panels. So please kindly come back tomorrow for more information, more discussion, and even more emotions. And have a great evening. See you tomorrow. We'll be also very grateful for giving back to the hostesses the audio sets that you used for the simultaneous interpretation. Tomorrow there will be, of course, the possibility to take them once again and use them for the whole day. Thank you very much.